know, I missed it. All right, I call this work session to order. Let's do the pledge. All right, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Bachran,
Here.
Trustee Bear, Trustee Budinger, Trustee Knudsen,
Here.
Trustee Pattison, here, Trustee Johnson,
Here.
Trustee Meck.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I would introduce you, but I don't know your name. So,
I will take the honors.
thank you, Cindy.
So I would like to present Lisa Heeman from Chadwick, Stein, Kirchner, and Davis out of Grand Junction. She and her team are the ones that performed our 2020 audit, and this is her audit presentation to explain the audit and answer any questions before we submit it to the state by the 31st of July.
Okay, so you all can hear me? Okay, as Cindy said, my name is Lisa Heeman. I'm a principal with Chadwick, Stein, Kirchner, Davis, and I was in charge of the audit this year. We did the audit remotely again this year. I think 3 staff people worked on it. So I had an audit manager and then 2 staff who worked on the audit. And I'm going to go through and talk a little bit about what we do as the auditors, what our responsibility is, what management's responsibility is, and the results of our audit procedures. So the auditor's job, is to plan and perform the audit to be able to provide an opinion on the financial statements. We did provide an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, meaning we think they're fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And to be able to provide that opinion and to properly plan our audit, we do a number of things to make sure that we're addressing the risks at the town. We do things like document and observe key internal control processes. So we talk to management a lot, and we look at any documentation you have of your internal control processes to make sure that your system of internal control doesn't have any big weaknesses that are apparent. And then we identify key internal control processes, so we try to find those processes that have the biggest impact on your financial statements, and we walk through those and we test those to make sure they're operating as described to us. And then if we found anything during those procedures that we thought indicated that there could be weaknesses in internal control, meaning that something could happen and it wouldn't be detected or it wouldn't be corrected in a timely basis, then we would report that to you in writing, and we didn't find anything like that. We do analytical procedures on balances, so the first thing we do is get the trial balance from Cindy every year, and we look at that and we compare it to budget, we compare it to prior year, and we try to identify things that stand out immediately that we think might indicate a higher risk. And then we do a lot of inquiry too. So we'll look at balances, compare them to the prior year, read the budget, compare it to the budget, and if there's anything weird, then we delve into that further. We review board minutes. So we look at all the board minutes for the year, and we look at them after the end of the year to make sure that we've covered anything that might be a risk out there that hasn't been identified in the trial balance. So we're looking at things like, could there be big contingent liabilities out there for the town? Or is it, for example, is somebody suing the town? Has there been some kind of large environmental incident that maybe could be a liability to the town in the future? We review grant agreements and correspondence from grants and oversight agencies. So every year we look and see what grants did the town get? Did you get any new grants? And we look at those grant agreements to see if there are any compliance issues that we might need to look at in the current year. And then, as I mentioned, we do a lot of inquiry of management and others in the town to make sure we have a good understanding of what happened during the year and how the town operates. Once we assess risk and determine what the risk areas are and how we're going to go about doing our audit, we perform a lot of procedures to address those risks, and those include confirming bank and debt balances, so we don't just take the town's word for it. We go out and get bank confirmations directly from banking institutions and debt holders. We perform more analytics on account balances, and those might include looking at like gallons of water that the town used during the year, or the number of users that you have for any of your enterprise activities. We look at debt agreements, so we look particularly for anything having to do with compliance with the debt. So are there ratios or anything that the town is required to maintain for the debt? And then we trace samples of transactions to underlying support. So when we get all that information from Cindy, we also request a lot of general ledger detail, meaning the underlying transactions for line items in the financial statements, and then we do sampling of those to make sure the balances are correct. We also do review of general ledger detail, as I noted, and we review journal entries. So when things are done correctly in an accounting system, everything runs through the accounting system. So when Cindy does transactions in the accounting system, things get posted to cash and accounts receivable or revenues or accounts payable, wherever they're supposed to go. If something is done outside of the normal accounting process, it'll be done through journal entries a lot of times. And so we request all the journal entries for the year, and we look at the journal entries during the year and after the year to identify anything that's large or unusual that we might need to test further. We look at disbursement detail, looking for odd things like missing check numbers or unusual activity, and then we look at vendor lists and do some sample testing to make sure vendors match disbursements that went out during the year. I mentioned the journal entry review. This is something that's required by our auditing standards. So journal entry activity is considered a risky area just by our oversight body, so we're required to do that review. The journal entries we noted during the year were recurring entries to recognize tax revenues and reclassify expenses between funds related to payroll. You also had interfund transfers and adjustments to recognize tax revenues in the proper period. And all of those were tested as part of our regular audit testing, so we felt comfortable with those. And then there were also, I believe, entries to recognize the new bonds that were issued during the year, and those were tested as part of our debt procedures. Significant adjustments made during the year. There were adjustments to the government-wide accounts to properly recognize pension activity in the statement of net position and activities. And that pension is just related to FPPA. It's nothing that really impacts the town throughout the year, but it's required to be reported in your government-wide financial statements. And so we assisted Cindy with that this year. She came up with the adjustments and worked on doing that worksheet this year, and then we helped her in the end to get it right. And then there was an adjustment to properly recognize grant revenue in the governmental funds. So one of the peculiar things, or one of the things unique to governments, is if you have a receivable at the end of the year, if it's collected further out than 60 days from the end of the year, then it's not recognized as revenue this year. It's deferred and recognized as revenue the next year. So it's not recognized in the governmental funds, but it's recognized in those first two statements at the beginning of the financial statements because it's considered a long-term revenue. And that's because they're trying to match revenues with the budget year. So they're saying anything collected within 60 days of the end of the year can probably be used to cover expenses from the current budget year, so we can recognize those. That's the reasoning. There were improvements in the current year. There were a decreased number of journal entries associated with the audit, which indicates improvement in processes by the finance department. And then, as I mentioned, Cindy assisted in updating the pension schedules in the current year, which is an improvement over prior years. Internal control findings, there's still a material weakness, and it's just because the the Auditing Standards Board considers it essential for a good system of internal control for somebody to be able to put together a full set of financial statements and footnotes without any assistance. And Cindy's got a little work to do towards that, so that's still an internal control. We didn't find any material weaknesses related to other processes or procedures within the town. And I guess that's the one. How do I go back? Oh, oops. And I'd like to clarify, the material weaknesses for the two adjustments that were made, the significant deficiency is for the financial statements. Significant deficiency is less serious than a material weakness because it's not related to any errors. It's just the ability to put together those full set of financial statements. And I'm grateful to the staff of the town of Paonia for being friendly, cooperative, and prepared for the audit. As I said at the outset, that I talked about management's responsibilities, and management is ultimately responsible for the financial statements. So though we come in and put together the statements and assist with the preparation of the footnotes and financial statements, Cindy's ultimately, or the town is ultimately responsible for those statements, and so they do a good job of reviewing what we've done. And we felt like they gave us everything that we asked for. If there was ever a time where we thought we were being barred from talking to anybody, or we felt like we weren't given information that was requested in a timely way, then we would report that to you in writing, and we didn't have anything like that. We'd also report to you if we found gray areas, or if there were gray areas in the financial statements where something could have gone one way or another. We would report that to you, and we didn't have anything like that. And we didn't have any disagreements. So if we came in and said that something should be adjusted, or we felt like something should be presented in the financial statements in a certain way, and there was a disagreement with management, whether or not that got resolved to everybody's satisfaction, we would be required to report that to you as well, and we didn't have anything like that this year. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Questions for Lisa from the board? Yeah, Bill.
I was a little bit wondering about the timing of the audit. I thought it was supposed to be delivered to the town no later than 6 months after the end of the fiscal year, and then so the board would have a little bit of time to review before having to certify it by the 1 month after. And, you know, it's late in the month, the 27th, and it gives us just a few days. Doesn't even give us gives us a few days, Friday and Monday and Tuesday, to review it. And I was a little bit concerned about that and why that happened.
You know, I can't remember the exact date I got Cindy a draft, but it was a little bit later. We've been compressed for time with remote audits and everything, and it would be my preference to have it by June 30th.
Yeah, but it doesn't give the board long to review it, and that's a concern to me. You know, it's a large document. We're just ordinary people, and we're not public accountants and the type like that can understand everything. It takes us a while to plow through it. So I was a little disappointed in that.
I agree. And if you have questions after I leave here today and you look at them further, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have afterwards too.
Yes, Michelle.
Just a follow-up comment on that, I believe as a board, we do have the authority to request an extension from the state for, if I remember correctly, it's up to an additional 60 days for audit review. And it's in state statute. I can find the reference to that, but we can request an extension if we need more time.
Other questions for Lisa from the board? Yes, Dave.
If I understand this correctly, it's our job to accept the report, but we can't really edit the report. We can understand the report in the context of accepting it, but that's really, this isn't something that we can edit or those types of things. I could certainly understand why it would be nice to be able to go through this thoroughly. If I could summarize, in looking at the report, I see that the expenditures have been held, and I'd look at the top line of this. I don't like to get in the weeds very much, but it seemed like the town spent less money than what we expected to spend in the year. The revenues were higher, and the reserves were left in much better shape than at the end of 2019. So that was what I pulled out of the report myself. Thanks.
Anything else from the board? Yes.
Do you have any recommendations on best practices to address the weaknesses identified?
What I suggest is, which Cindy has done, is to ask questions throughout the year. We're happy to, like, we can't tell you what to do. We can't tell you what processes or procedures to have. I mean, we can't do your accounting. We can't tell you how to structure your accounting system. But we have a lot of resources, and we're happy to share those throughout the year. So that would be
And
my
there were
biggest.
processes shared this year.
And then if the board has any questions throughout the year too, we encourage that. And with a very small town, we look closely at what the segregation of duties looks like, because you have a very small town and you're constrained by costs. You're not going to have an audit department the size of Mesa counties because you're small. And so we really look at board involvement, and that's very strong at the town. I think you guys have learned from past mistakes years down the road, and so there's a lot of oversight, and I think that would be the biggest thing that I recommend to smaller towns and organizations.
Yes, Bill.
On page 23 of our packet and page 14 of the audit, available resources of the enterprise funds. And it says the water, sewer, and trash for 2020. Are those, what is available resources in that case?
Those are, let's see, water, sewer, and trash. Those are what you have available that is not capital assets or long-term debt. So we basically take the ending net position of the fund and take out any of the long-term activities that really isn't very liquid and couldn't be used for general operating expenses of the fund, and that's what you have left.
So would that be construed to be cash, or?
It would be pretty close to cash, adjusted for any short-term items that you have in the financial statements. So if you have some accounts receivable or accounts payable, that would be the difference between that balance and cash, probably.
Okay, so in the water fund, it appears like we have $341,600 in cash or near cash.
Probably, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Michelle.
So I have mainly a question about how the management section, the section prepared by town management, how is that used by the auditors and by the state? There are some statements in there that specific statements that I have questions about or would like to discuss with staff, but I'm not sure what role that plays in your process or in what the state's reviewing when we submit it.
For the MD&A, we don't audit the MD&A. That's prepared by Cindy. We look at the big balances, the numbers that reference to the financial statements, and make sure that they agree to what we found during our audit, and that's as far as we go with it. The management's discussion analysis is really there to give some context to the financial statements. So if you had questions, you should direct them management.
Okay, I do have some questions about that statement. Or do we want to do that as part of this process?
We have time, we might as well.
Okay. All right, so I'm looking first at page 21 in the packet. There's a statement that the 1 million gallon plant remains operational. I'm just not sure that's a fair statement given the state of our 1 million gallon plant over the last several years. And it does describe that it's been online, offline, mostly offline, but I'm not sure it's fair to say that it remains operational. I don't think it is. So is there a process to edit this document, or what's our next step on things like that?
Well, we've issued our audit report, so it would have to be something material to reissue the audit. But we can note all this stuff, and I'll find out what management wants to do.
Okay. I don't understand the audit process well enough to know if that's material to your process. So I suppose if it is material, you would let us know if it would change anything.
I'll have to look at it. And
That's page 21 of the packet, or page 12 of the audit, or of the manager's statement section of the audit.
So according to state regulations, it is the definition of operational. Water can be run through it after all of the testing and requirements of the state are met. It is an operational per definition.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. And then I have a question on page 23. There's a statement that says there are no other known facts, decisions, or conditions that would have an effect on the town's financial position. I wonder if we should consider our current water moratorium as a condition that could impact our financial position. Page
I need
23,
a page number of the audit, please.
page 14 at the bottom, very last statement at the bottom. And my thinking there is that not being able to issue taps could have a major impact on our financial condition.
So is that, my question, is that then referencing 2021, or is that just strictly for the year 2020?
I think that's what you're looking at. So at the end of 2020, looking forward, these are the things that could have a significant impact on the town,
Okay,
is what that last section is supposed to do.
okay. Yes, Bill.
Thank you. On your page 21 of your audit, I'm confused about the statement that starts with government funds report capital outlays as expenditures. However, in the statement of activities, the cost assessed of those assets allocated over their estimated useful lives. If in fact we are recording those as fully allocated expenses when the money is spent, should there be no depreciation associated with those?
Yes.
I'm confused about that statement.
And that's another confusing thing about governmental accounting.
Okay.
So in your governmental funds, which are everything except your water, sewer, trash type funds, your enterprise funds, those governmental funds show everything on a close to a budgetary basis. So it's money in and money out, and so you show all the capital outlay or all the capital expenditures as expenses. And then in those first couple financial statements right at the beginning, and in the financial statements themselves, they start on page 16. Your capital assets for all the governmental funds are shown in that governmental activities column on page 16 of the financial statements. And then depreciation expense shows up in the statement of activities on the next page, and it's allocated to the different functions. So it's shown, governmental activities show the capital assets at the front of the statements, and then in the back, in the fund financial statements, they're shown as expenditures in the year that they're purchased. The enterprise funds, so your business type activities, those show all your capital assets and the depreciation expense in the funds.
Well, I don't know how we do it, but we spend all the money to buy something, and I'm thinking more of the enterprise funds, I guess, not the governmental type stuff. But then we also think about depreciation, but if you pay for it up front, there should be no depreciation. Am I correct in assuming that?
Right, on the budgetary basis, you're paying for everything up front, and then for reporting purposes and for purposes of determining what you're going to need to replace in the future, governmental accounting standards also require you to capitalize those assets and recognize depreciation expense over time so that you can see, you can kind of analyze the age of your assets and determine what you're going to have to replace in the future. So with governmental accounting, you get the two focuses. You get budgetary and you get more of a business type focus where you're looking at your long-term debt and your long-term assets so you can do planning far into the future. Does that make a little more sense?
Well, outside of governmental, and I'm not familiar with that exactly, but in the business type world, when you capitalize something, it hits your income statement very little, but it hits, it goes on to the depreciation. But I think we recognize that expenditure is 100%, and then we worry about depreciation on top of that. Now, I realize that depreciation is something we should carefully watch to manage the age of our assets, but it is not an impact to cash. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct. Yeah, it's a non-cash cost over time.
Okay.
And so you're recognizing the cash expense really up front when you pay for the asset because the town's also focused on annual budgets.
Yeah, okay.
And so that budgetary focus requires that.
Bill, what page was that you were asking about? Sorry. I need the audit page, not the packet page, please.
It was packet page,
Audit page,
audit page 21.
21?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Dave.
I did read the report in detail, and there's one sentence that I read 4 times, and it still doesn't make sense, so I guess I might as well ask you about it. It's on page 30. It's the last sentence in long-term liabilities, and it says, "The long-term compensated absences are serviced from revenues of the general fund from future appropriations." And I read that 4 times, and I still couldn't make sense out of it, so I'm sorry, but I have to ask you that.
That's okay, that's a confusing sentence. So what that means is, so you have long-term compensated absences, and those are generally vacation and sick leave, things like that. Those don't get recognized in the fund financial statements because they're considered a long-term liability. They're going to be used in the future. So those compensated absences are paid out of the general fund for the town, and they'll be budgeted as part of your future budgets. That gets factored in every year. We're going to pay this much vacation pay probably as part of just regular operations. But those compensated absences do get recognized as a liability in the government-wide funds. So those 2 financial statements right at the front recognize the compensated absences as a long-term liability.
Okay, others? Yes, Bill.
On page 22 of the audit, you reference inventories, and underwater it has $108,695. Where did you get that number?
That comes from the water department. We it comes right out of the trial balance. Every year it gets adjusted. I can't remember if it gets adjusted annually or annually, gets adjusted annually. So we get the list of items that are included in that inventory at the end of the year, and then we do some testing to make sure pricing looks reasonable, and we look at the process for counting that inventory and keeping it safe during the year.
So you have a list of what makes up that inventory, or you received a list?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Michelle.
I do have, I'm just scrolling, sorry. So there's a note on page 37. Audit page 37, packet page 46. It says the proportion of the pledged revenue to total related revenues is not estimable because the annual total fees collected fluctuate. It's just not clear to me why a fluctuation means that we can't estimate at all.
Because we don't know what revenue is going to, like, it's not a number that we can put in the financial statements and say this seems reasonable, because we can't estimate all the future revenues that will be collected for that debt.
Okay, and we can't just, there's not a way to estimate based on past years? Or would that not be considered a reasonable way to develop an estimate?
No, it would have to be based on what you think you're going to do in the future. So what revenues do you think you're going to bring in the future to cover this debt? And then how does that compare to what your requirement is, or what is pledged?
Okay, thank you.
On page 24 of the audit, under statement of cash flows, enterprise funds, under cash at the end of the year, under water. So you say under water that the town of Peonia has $202,118 in cash.
Yes.
Okay. And then in the end of, at the end of, the beginning of the year, then we had $183,000 in cash. Is that correct?
Looks like it was.
Well, I'm sorry, no, that wasn't accurate.
That's 183 is what you
18,000 at the
increased your
beginning of the
cash.
year. So okay, so
Yeah.
now we have 202,000. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yeah.
Sorry, I've lost it.
Okay. Yes, Bill.
You know, and maybe you can speak to this and maybe you can't, but as the town develops a budget every year, and some items are purchased and some items are not. But in the auditor's opinion, the purchase of those items that weren't purchased in this current year, their right to purchase in the following year is no longer there. They have to be reapproved.
Yes. Yeah, Colorado state budget law doesn't let you just roll over unused budget. So every year you have to reappropriate anything that you planned to spend in the prior year and didn't spend.
And just out of ignorance, then when we budget, if we say we're going to buy those same items, then we have appropriated those funds just by including them in the next budget, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, seeing nothing from the board, anything from the public? Yes, Chris.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have two questions. One is on page 24 of and it says proceeds from tap fees. Is that just the taps that are already, they're active, or because there shouldn't have been any sold last year? So is that just from the monies coming in? Does that make sense?
So there, we had several that people put down deposits and finished paying for them in 2020.
Okay, now is that legit where we had the moratorium?
The deposits were put down before the moratorium was instated.
Okay. And then my next question is on page 14. At the very end of the questions, or the reading, it says that water increases, I'm not there yet, it went up in January of this year. Yeah, it says the increase did not happen until January of this year. And actually, it was on our December water bills, because I went back and looked.
And we confirmed that they didn't go in to effect until January, but I'll double check that.
Double check, because I went and looked on my water bills just because I wanted to, because I was like, I thought that started in December. And I do have the increase on my water tap bills. Okay? Those were two questions I had. Thank you.
Yes, Bill.
I'd like to comment on that question. I believe that the town did institute the water rate increase in December of the year, so the money would be collected in January.
So yes, the resolution was passed, and it was supposed to be effective in December. We had a software error, and the software did not apply the increases as intended, and they didn't get fixed until January.
All right, Paige, you had your hand up?
Page Smith, 215 Delta Avenue, and I'm looking at page 18 of the packet. I'll let you have a chance to get there. And I'm just have a question about number 2, ClearGov software. It says the transparency portion is pending, and I just was curious what the transparency portion of ClearGov software means. What will that be when it is accomplished?
It means that we purchased the transparency module, but we have not been able to have the time to get it functioning.
Well, I guess my basic question is, what will we see with the transparency module? Now that I know what exactly is the tool that we'll be seeing on the web page for that? I just have never heard of it.
Have to get back with you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Christina?
Well, if there was something materially misstated with the financial statements, I would reissue them, but I can't go back and make immaterial corrections after I've issued the audit report. If it would depend on what the town's processes and procedures were. If they wanted the finance committee to review the financial statements before they were issued, that's something the town would have to decide.
Actually,
The draft financial statement, if the town decided that's the process they wanted.
So the way our budget was done last year, all salaries and benefits were lumped together, which is the 89, or the 153,000, that is benefits, salaries and benefits. The $961 is work comp. But when we do the actuals, they get reported in separate line items, and so we're able to split them out. That, when you're looking at that, you need to look at it as a whole, not as salaries and benefits.
Anything? Yes, Dave.
I just wanted to respond to the piece about ClearGov. For the last 2 or 3 financial reports, we've had a report by our finance director that she hasn't been able to get to ClearGov yet because of working on this audit. So I'm hoping, I know all of us on the council are really anxious about getting this software up, running, and available to the public so people can see this. And it's important to all of us, so we'd really like to see that moved up on the priority. Thank you.
All right, anything else from the public? Yes, Thomas.
Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. I'm also on page 14 of the audit, page 23 of the packet, and I'm seeing where they say that in 2019 there were no rate increases to water, sewer, and trash, but there was a rate increase, resolution 2020, or that's the other one, 2019-18, that took effect January 2020.
And as I just explained, the
No,
resolution was passed.
It's the year prior to the one we were just talking about. Yeah, it was 2019 that the resolution was passed, in 2020 that it took effect. This is when we went from up to $30 a month for a base rate and $120 per thousand for the first 1,000.
We'll have to review it and get back with you.
Okay, it's the resolution was 2019-18.
Oops. Other questions from anybody? Yes, Ms. Kent.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have a couple questions. One was culture and recreation. What is that?
That probably mostly includes parks. It would be parks and open space and things like that.
Okay, why can't it just say parks and open space? I mean, honestly. Sorry. My other question was on page 23, 32 of the packet, and it's under water and operating expenses. It says you had no contractual services. That there's zilch there. So where would, I mean, I know you guys had contractors, so where was that put?
Repairs and maintenance.
Repairs and maintenance, okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Michelle.
I'm wondering if there's potential that any of the items discussed tonight could have material changes on the audit, and if so, would you recommend using our opportunity from the state for a 60-day extension to allow time to consider that?
I don't think there's been anything that's material to the audit.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Okay. Oh, my God. That did not sound good. All right, yes, Mr. King.
Madam Mayor, trustees, after having reviewed the audit, it would be my recommendation that the board accept the audit and direct its filing with the state of Colorado.
Thank you, sir. All right. If there is nothing else, do you have any closing comments, Ms. Hinman?
I don't have anything additional to say, I don't think.
All right, thank you very much. If there's nothing else from anyone, oh, Cindy, yes.
I would like to thank Lisa and her team. This year, she had some major shakeups in her office, and it was seamless on my side. And this report is exceptional, and I want to let everybody know how much I appreciate all the work she did and getting it done so we could have it for tonight. And she did an amazing, exceptional job. Thank you.
Yes, Bill.
Thank you. On page 46 of the audit, under note 10, commitments, the town has reserved monies received for out-of-town taps to be used for water storage facilities and studies. I guess my question is more for Cindy. Are we in fact reserving out-of-town tap fees for water storage and studies?
Those are used for repairs and maintenance. They used to be kept in a separate account. They're no longer kept in a separate account, but those monies are used for water, for repairs and maintenance.
So under note 10, that statement is not correct.
It is technically correct.
Well, explain to me. If we're putting it into repairs and facilities, we're not putting it into water storage or studies. I don't understand your answer, I guess.
Technically, those monies are used for water storage facilities and studies. They're just not, they're no longer separated out. Yes, that's what they're used for.
Okay. Well, I guess that's a matter we can take up in the new budget year.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I would just encourage next year, perhaps, like the board gets to see the draft first, and then all this discussion can happen, and then if anything's questionable or anything's brought up, then it can go back. But it doesn't make sense to me to just go so fast. You have a solid, you have it solid now, and it doesn't seem like it can be changed. So maybe next year, you all can see the draft first.
All right.
That is direction that can be made from the board.
Okay, thank you. All right. If there's nothing else, then I'm going to, oh, all right, Bill.
I mean, it just takes me a while to go through all my notes, okay? Under sidewalk revenue, page number 60 of the draft. Originally had budgeted $35,800, and our actual's $31,054. Did we have arrears on those $4,700 of payments?
The difference is the $16,000 was the previous year reserves. We do sidewalk repairs every 2 years, so you're spending previous year's reserves and that current year revenue.
Well, but maybe I'm reading this incorrectly. But we originally budgeted $35,800 to come in the year 2020. This thing appears to state that we only received $31,054. So there was $4,746 that was not received by the town.
There
This
was,
doesn't talk about spending.
that we got 31,000 in revenue. We spent 47,000. So what we spent was 2020 revenues and previous year's reserves.
Well, then I'm misunderstanding it, because it says the original budget to be received was 35,800. We only received 31,054. So we did not receive $4,746. Doesn't matter why.
Correct. We did not receive the revenue that was budgeted.
Why? Do you know, because that's a pretty steady, it goes out on all the water bills. Is that, something happened there? I guess I'm curious.
We'll have to look into it.
All right. Last call. All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this work session. Give us a little time before we end up with our really, really long meeting. So this work session is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lisa, so much for all your hard work. Much appreciated. Okay.
Trustee Budinger?
Here.
Trustee Knutson?
Here.
Trustee Pattison?
Here.
Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Mack?
Here.
All right, we have a quorum and can continue. We already have had a complaint so far this evening that people are not able to hear us on the YouTube channel, which means that when you speak, put your mouth next to the microphone. As they say, eat the microphone, otherwise people cannot hear you. That goes for audience as well as board members. So get really close. All right. So first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion? Yes. Trustee Knutson.
I'd like to make a suggestion about moving one item, the number 11, the board consideration of the 2020 audit. I wonder if that could be moved at the request of the treasurer right after number 4 in the treasurer's report.
So make that into a motion, please.
I'd like to move that we adopt the agenda with the modification that new business item number 11 be moved under the treasurer's report right after item 4.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Any discussion from the board? Okay.
I object to the fence process being put into the executive session. This council voted to have that fence issue heard in public. It's now being shoveled off into the executive session. It doesn't matter to me whatever level of civil litigation's going on there or civil agreements that are made. The question comes, did the town follow its own bylaws in allowing that fence to be built? And the fact that we have to have an executive session about it first is troublesome. And it just leads me to believe that maybe this fence process of being approved needs further investigation.
Okay.
So,
would you like to make some kind of motion in that regard, Bill?
I move that we take it out of the executive session and bring it back to the board for a hearing in 30 days. Or, excuse me, in 2 weeks at our next meeting.
So you would
Point-
like to,
I'm sorry, point of order. We do already have a motion on the table.
right, I was looking for this as an
Okay.
amendment to the main motion.
I move that we amend the motion to remove that particular subject from the executive session and move it to the
Table
first
it.
meeting, table it till the first meeting in August, and that the discussion as to the what went on to approve this particular fence installation be heard in public. Whatever there is, and I'm just going to leave that as a motion, but my discussion is whatever there's going on between parties in a civil fashion is really not our business.
Right.
So that's why I make the motion.
All right, so we have an amendment to the main motion to take the fence issue out of executive session and move it to the first meeting in August, correct? Yes. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Discussion on that? All right, seeing none. All in favor of amending the main motion to take the fence issue out of executive session and move it to the first meeting in August?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. Now, we have another main motion to move item 11 up to after number 4, and then to take the fence issue out of executive session and put it at the 1st of August. Any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, then we're going to move on with our amended agenda. So first on the list is Mr. Bruner, yes, please.
Bill Bruner, I wanted to
I think your microphone went off again. There you go.
I thank Mr. Barrett for his motion, and I thank you for approving it. In addition, I don't believe that matter is properly noticed. I think it's way too vague. The next
Oh, your microphone went off again. Do we have a battery issue?
Should I start over?
I think we got about halfway through of what you said.
Okay. And also, that item is not noticed properly on the agenda. It's very vague.
Okay.
And it's not sufficient this day and age. We should have had a notation of the questions to be discussed with the attorney. And on the last matter under executive session for a personal matter to discuss interim evaluation of the town administrator, this is also extremely vague, and it's my opinion that if this is a matter of evaluation of the town administrator, there could possibly be an exception to do it in executive session. But if this is a discussion preparing for the evaluation of the administrator, it's totally appropriate for executive session. It's absolutely a matter of public interest, and it should be done in public. And I would ask someone to make a motion, either clarify that on the agenda or remove it from the agenda for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. All right, moving on, announcements. Does anyone in the board have announcement? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I received a notification on Friday that I was exposed to someone with COVID, so that's why I'm wearing my mask and kind of isolated, but I'm showing no symptoms. The second announcement is I'll be out of town for the month of October, and I don't know what the proper procedure is to request a leave of absence without pay for that month.
Okay, well, I guess we'll take it up with Corinne and Cindy, I guess, unless the board wants to do something. I don't know that we need any formal action on this. So, okay, let's move on to the drought update and water information. Oh, I'm not there yet. Hang on. All right. Corinne, do you want to add anything to what's in the packet?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are there any questions for Corinne about that drought update? Yes, Michelle.
I just want to state again, similar to the last meeting, I did have questions that were specifically factual questions or clarification questions for staff that I submitted to staff in advance of the meeting. The responses were provided by email. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through each of those tonight, but those responses are public information, and I'm happy to share, or I believe staff could share those as well.
Okay. All right. The other is Resolution 2107, rescind the local disaster declaration. So as we discussed in the last meeting, since the governor has gone ahead and rescinded all the health orders for the state right now, and we have no funding issues that currently rely on a disaster declaration, I would like to get a motion and a vote on rescinding that declaration.
I move that we rescind Resolution 2021-05,
07.
local disaster declaration.
No, it's 07, Bill.
Well, it says 05 in the text down here, and it says 07 up on top.
And it says 07 on the declaration itself, Resolution 2021-07.
Okay, then we'll just do Resolution 2021-07 to rescind the local disaster declaration.
All right. Do I hear a second? Any discussion? Okay, from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that resolution passes. All right, any other announcements from the board? All right, seeing none, Mr. Bruner, did you have one?
Stay. So I'd like to announce the introduction of a citizens initiative aimed at increasing accountability and transparency of the town, and it is specifically aimed at for closing the town's ability to hide water studies or financial information by classifying them as work product or draft or something like that. It specifically ends that kind of a dodge and makes it easier to get public records, and it establishes a mechanism for residents and property owners in the town to attempt to hold the town accountable through being able to take matters to the municipal court. And this is represented by myself, Bill Bruner, and by Constantine Hirschfield, gentleman I'm sure most of you know. And the reason I point this out is that it represents a broad spectrum of viewpoints within the town of Peonia. Mr. Hirschfield and I are worlds apart in many of our views, but we agree on the fact that the town needs to be more transparent and citizens need additional tools to hold the town accountable. I invite your discussion on this, but here it is.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next up on the agenda is recognition of visitors and what? Recognition of visitors and guests. All right. This is public comment is welcome for any item that is not currently on the agenda. Please raise your hand to speak and be recognized. Come to the podium and state your name and address. No public demonstrations of any kind, applause or snickering or muttered comments will be allowed. No name calling or personal attacks will be permitted. Please present factual information. Please do not have conversations in the audience. It is disrespectful and disruptive to the board and those who wish to hear the meeting. If you must have a discussion or conversation, take it outside the room. Because of the length of the agenda tonight, each person will be allowed to speak once per agenda item for a maximum of 3 minutes. And again, please speak directly into the mic so people on YouTube can hear it. All right. How many people would like to address the board tonight? All right. Suzanne, you're first.
I want to thank you for beginning this video recording technology here. And I appreciate the request for trustees to speak into the microphone. But still, it can be very hard to hear on YouTube. Sometimes you forget. We have many recordings that are very hard to hear, including the SURSA presentation that I've asked that you subtitle it, and nothing seems to have happened. The last water presentation had no subtitles on it. I thanked you for subtitling things several months ago, and since then it seems like there's almost been an attempt not to have subtitles anymore. But I want to say, you've extended this video recording technology to the public, which I commend you for. But now you are required by ADA standards to have subtitles. There's no governmental requirement for this. But since you've extended this to the public and it's now on YouTube, you need to make it accessible to people who cannot hear and people who have low levels of hearing. So I think you can go to your YouTube account and adjust it there, adjust the settings in the town's YouTube account. I don't think it's necessarily a function of the recording technology. So I'd just like to ask you to make sure it's done. I've asked privately twice, and I've approached the board once at a meeting, and nothing seems to have happened. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Yes.
Paige Smith, 215 Delta Avenue, and you'll recall 2 weeks ago I was very concerned about expenditures for a very expensive coffee maker and coffee. So I did do a query request of receipts, and I would like to report what I found, and I'm quite troubled. But before, I would like to preface it with, there's a statute called Public Trust, Breach of Fiduciary Duty. Duties shall be carried out for the benefit of the public. There is also Constitutional Amendment 29, Ethics in Government. I would hope you would all have this on the wall, because what I'm really concerned about, any effort to realize personal financial gain from public office. And essentially, What I found through looking at receipts, first of all, meeting supplies means coffee creamer, coffee, and soda. Some parks meeting supply, or some parks receipts are definitely legitimate, as are shop, but there's also pop in there, and it's kind of interesting that town staff really has a penchant for coffee shop type of coffee and Mountain Dew. So what I found is that the list of expenditures that are for the personal use of the staff amounted to $748. So what I would like to make clear is that these...
Okay, maybe this time you should be back just a hair
Okay, because I do have a very loud voice.
Yes,
Is that better? Okay,
yeah,
thanks. So my point is that rather than employees expending their own personal funds to pay for these expensive in-office perks, they've chosen to use taxpayers' money to do so, saving themselves the equivalent of $748. So my point is that they have used taxpayers' money to advance their own financial gain. And I also want to point out that this was only the last 9 months of receipts, and Corinne expressed at the meeting 2 weeks ago that this is how it's always been done. So I can assure you there is much more money that is being spent for these in-office perks. This is a public administration, and this is not what you do with public money. It has to have a public purpose. So that is serious, it's malfeasance, and I'm very concerned that you continue to have Corinne be in the office of clerk and town administrator when she does not understand this. This is the basics of public administration. The second thing I found that I was very concerned about is, is that in 3 cases, the town allowed a contractor to go to Don's to buy materials using the town account. That is expressly not allowed with public money, to send a contractor who's not even an employee, who knows the account number. What else is going on? So I'm very concerned because this might seem like small potatoes to some of you, but it's just an indication of what else is going on with the town employees. What else are they spending money on we don't know about? What public resources are being used that we don't know about? It's very concerning, and it's really an offense that would require no more employment. And my third thing that I found was that, every one of these receipts was approved by the members of the Personnel and Finance Committee. They obviously do not understand their fiduciary duty to the citizens, and I respectfully request they be taken off this committee and new people put on that understand their duty. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else would like to approach the board? All right. Would the board like to take action on anything? Yes, Michelle.
First, I'd like to comment on Mr. Bruner's citizen initiative. The board voted at our last meeting to include that on this current agenda to allow for discussion, and that item did not get onto this agenda. I've been assured by staff that it will be on the next agenda, so I hope that Mr. Bruner would be able to attend that meeting and participate in that discussion.
Actually, I won't be able to attend that meeting.
Okay. Again, Bill, if you're going to say anything, please come to the mic so the people can hear it on YouTube.
I regret I won't be able to make the next meeting. I'll be at the meeting after that, and I'm available until the 8th for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
In that case, I move that the board place that item on the agenda for the second meeting in August, which would be August 24th.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Discussion. All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Bear?
I believe in regards to the office purchases for supplies, I believe that was, that we did pass a motion to have a board develop a policy on the purchase of that. Don't know when that's going to make the agenda, but it probably should make the agenda fairly rapidly.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to staff reports, administrators. Oh, okay.
I move that we direct staff to update our YouTube settings as necessary to ensure subtitles on our videos.
If possible. Do I hear a second on that?
Mayor?
Yes.
I don't have those capabilities. The subtitles that are on previous videos are implemented automatically based on the language in YouTube. I've looked into that. There is no way for me to modify the setting. The only way that we can add subtitles to the videos is to manually have subtitles drafted from the videos and then submitted to the YouTube channel to be added to those videos.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
In that case, I modify my motion to request that staff researches ADA requirements to make sure that we are in compliance with any videos we make available.
Okay. Does that really need to be a motion, or can we just direct staff to do that versus making it a motion?
I'm fine with it being direction.
Yeah.
So.
Does that work for the rest of the board? All right, then we'll just have it directed that way. All right, Ms. Watson, I'm going to give you a minute because you've already spoken on this subject.
How I'm asking Corinne to seek help on this. I don't understand how you've had subtitles in the past and all of a sudden they're not available anymore. Just by that explanation. I don't know if your computer specialist can help you or the mute code. What is it that's creating this problem all of a sudden?
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on with the administrator's report. Ms. Ferguson?
I have nothing to add to the written report.
Okay, questions for the town administrator from the board? Scrolling. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
I have a question about packet page 93, the sales tax history chart. I appreciate staff's responsiveness to the request at the last meeting regarding the 3% total. However, I still think that the chart is a little bit misleading because it shows a 3% total for every year down to 2011, and we were not collecting 3%, to the best of my understanding, all of those years. So I think it would be helpful to see the 3% total and that 3% chart associated with a comparison of reality and what we were collecting in terms of sales tax, what our total sales tax collected was in each year, rather than a projection to either 1% or 3%. Does that make sense? Thank you.
All right, other questions for the town administrator? All right, seeing none from the public. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Bill Bruner. I have two questions. One is, what is the status of water flow at the treatment plant? And the other is, what is the status of the clock treatment plant?
The updated water flow information is that we're still spilling several hundred gallons. The information is included and no modification has been made to the water data spreadsheet. And the 1 million tank is, as of right now, the PRV was repaired and is slated to be back online distributing into the system by Friday.
By Friday. And we're spilling a few hundred gallons a day? So that's like ounces per user. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the attorney's report. Oh, I'm sorry.
Christina Patterson. I see here that Travis Loberg didn't pass his B license test again, and I'm just wondering what does the future hold there? Are we just going to do the interim contract for $250 till he does pass, or is there a cutoff point?
I'm discussing the interim contract with the contractor and considering the options on how we'll move forward beyond that. But I don't have a definitive answer at this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else from the audience? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the town attorney's report. Attorney Nerlin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is this good for the audio? Okay. Couple of just notes on my report. I don't have anything to add specifically other than it's my understanding that you've set a special meeting for August 3rd. Unfortunately, I have a prior commitment. So if you wanted to reschedule, I would love to participate in that meeting. And then the second avenue or item is we've received a concern from a citizen with respect to how the town interprets commercial property utility usage, particularly when there's a residential use associated with that. And I'd like to add that as an agenda item at an upcoming meeting. I know we're getting kind of backed up, but potentially early August, the next August meeting.
All right, we will go ahead and put that on the agenda for the next meeting. All right, any questions for the town attorney? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
I just wanted to explain my nay vote on the executive session, that I do believe it's important for the town board to hear true legal advice from our attorney, and I felt like that's what the agenda item was calling for, so that's why I voted nay.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions for the town attorney? Yes, Michelle.
Do you have an estimate on when we should expect a cleanup ordinance for marijuana for the town code?
It will be on the next agenda. I know I said that it would be before you guys this evening, and that didn't happen, and I apologize.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Not a question, but I move that we reschedule our August 3rd, I move that we hold our August 3rd special meeting regarding the skate park, and that we reschedule the section of the August 3rd meeting specific to committees, mayor responsibilities, and organization to immediately prior to the August 10th meeting, 5 p.m. August 10th.
Second.
All right, any other discussion on that?
Real good idea to have our attorney present when we start talking about the committees and assignments and duties and those types of things. I think it'd be remiss, and I appreciate Trustee Patterson's suggestion. I think it's a good one.
Any other comments or questions from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Runner again. So in the packet distributed by the Mr. White from CIRSA in conjunction with the meeting that you had with him recently, there was a link in there for a new guidance document from CIRSA on executive sessions and attorney-client privilege and things like that. And I just want to mention that I hope you've all read that, because when I read it, it backed up pretty much everything that I think I had said previously regarding that subject.
Mr. Bruner, if you would make sure that your remarks are to the agenda item and to the motion currently on the table, which is rescheduling the meetings,
excuse me. This is
things.
Generally to the attorney. So I'm sorry.
Well, let's get through our motion. If you want to make a comment to the attorney, then let's do that after we get our motion done.
Excuse me.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments on the motion from the attorney, from the public? All right. We have a motion to hold the skate park meeting 8/3. Do you want to keep it at the same time? Okay. Make sure I have that time. So the special meeting will be for the skate park at 5:30 p.m. on August 3rd, and that the larger meeting considering board roles and the role of the mayor will be done on prior to the meeting. I lost it again. On the 10th. And you want to do that at 5 or 5:30? Probably 5.
5 would be my preference. And just to clarify, my understanding is that would include a discussion of committees, organization, and mayor responsibilities.
Yeah, it's everything that had on that other thing. Okay. All right, is everyone clear on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Now, further questions for the attorney?
So I'm not going to repeat myself, but I don't understand the continued lack of specificity in the agenda items for executive session, given that you now have this guidance from CIRSA. If anyone would, if the attorney wanted to speak to that, I'd be very interested.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, moving on. We're going to the treasurer's report. Treasurer King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've reviewed and released the payroll for the period. Reviewed with Finance and Personnel Committee the disbursements for today's approval and recommend approval. Reviewed year-to-date financials. And we reviewed the 2020 audit and recommend the board accept and direct its filing with the state of Colorado. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Treasurer King. Any questions from the board for Treasurer King? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none. Let's move on to consideration of the proposed 2022 budget calendar.
Point of order, didn't we move the...
That's after number 4.
Sorry.
Okay. So, do you have anything to add to this, Ms. Jones?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Do we need a motion to accept this budget calendar? Yes, Trustee Bunninger.
I move that we accept the audit.
No, not yet. We're at the budget calendar.
Okay, I move that we accept the budget calendar.
All right, do I have a second on that? Any discussion from the board?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Pattison. Well,
I move that we schedule a special meeting to discuss ARPA funds prior to any budget workshops that would be impacted by that.
What funds?
can we not include that as far as the whole budget goes? Because that is part of what we look at are grants. Do we not? Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jones?
You are correct.
Yeah, so that would be a part of that discussion.
No offense, Madam Mayor, but we do have a motion, so.
Okay. Yeah. All right, sorry, my bad. Do we have, so we're dealing with the proposed 2020 budget calendar. So what you're doing is adding an amendment to the motion to accept the budget calendar.
Yes, thank you. I would like to amend the motion to add a workshop or a special session to discuss ARPA funds specifically prior to a budget workshop that would be impacted by that discussion.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Discussion from the board?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
All right, so the American Rescue Plan funds, the $183,000 that we now have in the bank, that Trustee Pattison is requesting that we have a special work session just to discuss those funds prior to any budgetary discussions.
Thank you.
Any discussion from the board? Further discussion from the board? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
I wonder if that discussion is best in the context of all the grants that we have, and not just that one particular grant, but we look at it. So I think that's part of the budget process too. We try to make decisions about personnel, we try to make decisions about special projects, we try to make decisions about grants, and each one of those is a phase in a work session of the budget. Perhaps the calendar wasn't clear enough to show this is the decision we should make at this work session, this is the decision we should make at the next, and I apologize for confusion about that. We can take it back and bring a new calendar in for the next meeting that would include those concerns if that would be something that the board would rather act on. I think we suggested some work sessions even in advance of our next meeting.
Okay, and I would add too, again, it's part of the general budget discussion. If you want information about what is included in that ARPA grant, that can certainly be given to you as far as what the actual Federal Register says. Those funds can be used for, and then the water revolving fund, the EPA's water revolving fund, out of which we can use what is allowed for water projects that is designated under that. But there are other things that we can use those ARPA monies for, not just water. So incorporating that into the bigger discussion, I think, is a better way to do it than to silo it out on its own. Yes, Ms. Mick.
So I understand what you're saying, but it seems to me like once you get into the budget, if you start talking about who and how and when these funds are going to be managed, I think that's not a budget discussion. I think what Trustee Pattison is asking for is a discussion on exactly how these funds are going to be managed as opposed to spent.
Would you agree with that, Trustee Pattison?
In my mind, I'm considering both of those things. We talked at our last meeting about how this is a large grant, and we've already started casually mentioning how those funds might be spent without a clear plan in place. And I think for each grant that we have, and particularly for grants of this size that span multiple years, it's important for us to take the grant as a grant, which is separate from the other funds we have in our budget, and discuss the best use of those grant funds and how we'll manage those funds over the 2 years they'll be available to us as a separate conversation than just the one-year budget discussions.
Okay, further comment from the board? All right, yes, Trustee Knudsen.
Would an agenda item suffice for that then?
I think she's requesting special meeting.
An agenda item would suffice if we had room on the agenda. I suspect we do not have much room on our agenda prior to the budget sessions that would include discussion of spending of those ARPA funds.
Yes, Trustee Bear.
I think that is an important discussion to be had, but we're getting stacked up with special meetings. I think that if we're going to have that discussion, it should be on an agenda item, and we have it in our regular business. Just special meetings are sometimes hard to make. You know, you plan on every 2 weeks doing your thing. So it's hard to make special meetings. And I think that if we're going to have the discussion, it should happen in a regularly scheduled meeting. That's my thoughts.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? All right, Ms. Watson.
Would it be possible for the Governmental Affairs Committee to maybe do a little preliminary organization with that information? It is governmental affairs. You could call it finance, but it also is something to do with governmental affairs. And I don't want to load you up with more work because it's probably a staff thing. You could direct the staff to bring this stuff to you. But if you have questions, it would seem like perhaps you could do some preliminary delving into it in a committee and direct staff to give you what you need and then present it to the board, so maybe you're that farther ahead when it comes to a board discussion. Just being helpful. And I wouldn't be opposed to a special meeting, but I understand you know what Trustee Bear is talking about too. So just a suggestion or a question for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? All right, we have an amendment to the main motion to hold a special meeting to discuss the ARPA funds. Yes, Ms. Jones.
I'm sorry, I just see a mistake that I want to get corrected while we're doing this. September 7th and September 24th, those were supposed to be 2.5-hour meetings. So that would be 5 to 7:30, not 5 to 6:15. I apologize.
Could you reiterate that one more time?
The September 7th and the September 21st, those were intended to be 2.5-hour meetings. Those are special meetings, not before a council meeting. We don't have council meetings those days. So that would be from 5 to 7:30, not 5 to 6:15.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, again, we have an amendment to the main motion to hold a special meeting on, directly on the ARPA funds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that amendment fails. So now we have back to our original motion to accept the budget calendar with the changes that September 7th and September 21st, that the times are actually 5 until 7:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Mayor,
Yes, Trustee Bear.
I hope between now and when we have that discussion on starting the budget process, we can get some idea of our fund balances. I know we had a statement in there that brought us
Oh
up
my
to
God.
date through end of last year, but I would like to have a discussion on the fund balances prior to the start of the budget.
Okay.
That's just a notice to staff that maybe they can include that as an agenda item, or a report that we can have our fund balances that we've been asking for all year to be brought up to date and presented to us. Thank you.
It is on the next agenda.
All right.
It
So
is on your budget to actual.
Okay, let's move on to board consideration of the 2020 audit.
Mayor Beckman.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay, and what would that motion be?
I move that we add the discussion of the ARPA grant to an upcoming meeting no later than the first meeting in September.
Okay.
Mayor, I second that motion, but I would like to modify it a little bit,
Okay, what's your modification?
that no funds be expended from that grant until
Okay.
we review the, until the board reviews it. If,
Okay.
I would second that with that caveat.
All right, so what you're doing is amending the main motion.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we have a motion, and then we have an amendment that no funds be expended from the ARPA grant until we discuss it. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second the amendment.
Any discussion from the public? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. So then the main motion is that we have the ARPA fund discussion on an agenda no later than, you said, second meeting in September?
First meeting in
First
September.
meeting. No later than the first meeting in September. Any discussion on that? Oh, without, and that no funds will be expended prior to that. Any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Now let's move on to board consideration of the 2020 audit. Mr. King has already told us he thinks that we should accept the audit. Do you have anything that you would like to add to that, Treasurer King?
No, I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion on that?
I'd like, excuse me, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the 2020 audit report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion by the board?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment on that. In prior years, we've always had a significant period of time, 3 to 4 weeks to review the budget. The last 2 years, we've had a matter of days. We get the audit on Friday, and we got a weekend, and Monday and Tuesday to review it. I don't think that's enough time. I'm disappointed that we couldn't have got the audit earlier. And it may come in as a draft work product but I think that presenting it to the council would be much beneficial. I don't know what you guys do with it between receiving it as a work product and giving it to the trustees. I don't know what went on there, but I'm disappointed that it didn't get to us earlier.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see him.
I certainly appreciate Mr. Bear's comments and agree that all things being equal, it would be better if the board had had a longer period of time for review of the document. I will go on to say that our auditor said that there has nothing been disclosed that is of material effect on our audit, and that we go ahead and file it with the state. Thank you.
Further discussion from the board? All right, from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson. She had her hand up first.
You are allowed to ask for an extension from the state. That's an option the trustees have if they would like a little bit more time. It's also hard for the public. I mean, I'd like to look through the audit a little bit more thoroughly. I started reading it. I wasn't able to come to the audit meeting, and I'd like some time too. And the state affords you a 30-day extension. It's written in state statute. So I would like to ask you to consider that option. Aside from that, I was really interested to see in the audit that you keep calling these things franchise taxes. Wink, wink.
All
They're
right,
really not
Suzanne,
franchise
you're
fees.
off
No,
topic.
This is in the
No.
audit. So the audit needs to be amended. So I do not think you can just approve it tonight because there's some inaccuracies in there.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
not off topic, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Suzanne. Mr. Bruner.
So I happened to be looking at the state auditor's website just before the meeting, and there is a link right on the home page to request an extension for your audit. And my main comment is that I believe the inclusion of the clock treatment plant as a functioning unit of the town's infrastructure is an error that misstates the value of the town's assets available for the benefit of the public. And I intend to take that matter up with the state auditor if it is included that way when you approve the audit. So I don't think it should be, and I hope you take a look at that and you agree with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Anything else from the public? All right, seeing none, we have a motion on the table to accept the 2020 audit. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, do we need to do a roll call just to be sure?
Yep. Trustee Bear? Trustee Budinger?
Aye.
Trustee Knutson? Trustee Pattison? Nay. Trustee Johnson?
Aye.
Trustee Meck?
Nay.
Tie.
Okay, well, it comes to me. I am going to vote to approve the audit because it is basically intact when the auditor herself said these things are not material changes. Then I think the numbers are correct and the auditor stands behind them, and so I'm voting to accept the audit. All right, moving on to the next item of agenda
Madam
is
Mayor,
disbursements.
may I-
Yes.
May I ask the board to direct the staff to file with the state?
Yes. Would the board direct the staff to file with the state? All right, so directed. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make one more comment regarding the audit. Similar to when we had a report from the state regarding our water system, the audit did uncover some deficiencies, and I think it would be appropriate for staff to prepare a report for the board on how those deficiencies will be addressed. I move that the board ask staff to prepare a report on how the audit deficiencies will be addressed going forward.
Do I have a second on that? All right, I don't see a second. Ms. Jones, did you want to say anything? Oh, I did? From whom?
Ms. Meck.
Oh, I'm
Second.
sorry, I missed that. Ms. Jones, you had a comment?
I need clarification on what you were talking about.
Just getting to my notes. The auditor identified material weakness with our internal control and significant deficiency with ability to develop full financial statements without assistance. So I think a follow-up report on how staff will address those findings, that's my motion.
Okay, everybody understand what she's talking about?
No, I really didn't hear that. Can
Okay,
you-
one more time.
The auditor in her presentation identified material weakness, adjustments that were made impacting internal control, and significant deficiency, the ability to develop full financial statements without assistance. So my motion is that staff prepare a report on how those deficiencies will be addressed.
Thank you, I understand it.
Okay, any further discussion from the board? Anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right, let's move on to disbursements. Trustee Knutson, I guess you're up.
Microphone.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve accounts payable in the amount of $54,390.11, a transfer to Summit of $100,000, a transfer to payroll, just a second here, of $24,061.52, payroll taxes of $10,478.68, a payroll direct deposit of $24,061.52, and a transfer from internal grants of $72,936.95.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Discussion from the board. Yes, Mr. Bear.
I had 3 questions on the disbursements. The first one is the Kevin Cooper, $5,566 for the repair of the 2007 Dodge pickup. First of all, what happened to that truck that needed that kind of repair? Can anybody answer that?
It says installed new air compressor, dryer, orifice tube line, flush system, removed starter and found Bendix gear destroyed, causing damage to new ring gear, removed clutch, replaced ring gear, and installed new starter.
Okay, thank you. So that was mechanical failure. Thank you. The second one was the second 2 are Smeezer Gordon. The one for 2,759 lead and copper compliance. Was that just, what was that for? What did he do for that?
There's multiple things on here, but this is the follow-up for the sewer plant. It was discussion on layout of the plan, pump, chemical containment, drum tote information, chemical storage information, EPA technical recommendations, preliminary preparation of drawings for Lamborn and clock treatment.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then the third one is the Smeezer Gordon, also the $4,237 for this 3rd Street repair. As I remember it, we approved $10,000. Did in fact the engineering come in at 4237?
I don't know that there won't be any follow-up, but that was the preliminary stuff for the,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
for the bid project.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Mack.
I'm just curious about the skid steer. Is that the new one, or is this an older one? The repair to Wagner equipment, fifth from the bottom, fourth from the bottom?
It's one of the older ones. It's not the new one.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
This is actually follow-up from last meeting. There was one employee who received higher pay because of what was described as an extreme amount of overtime. Do we have a policy in place to manage overtime and any limits related to that?
There is a dollar amount budgeted that's for overtime, and it's just tracked through the budget, but there's not a policy specific to the individual employees for overtime. Part of his overtime also is training as he's learning the plants, because he is going to be, he is working toward testing for operations at the water and sewer plants.
Okay, my only suggestion would be that if someone's doing 50, 60 hours of overtime in a week, that's really extreme and good way to lead to burnout. So I just hope that we're managing that.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing none from the public. Mr. Bruner.
I'm extremely disappointed if the way we're trying to get a second operator for the water system is to let a new hire train for that on the clock. I'm flabbergasted. I think that's a very poor use of public money. I think the entire plan needs to be reevaluated.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Ms. Watson.
Membership, just out of curiosity. And the SHUM CODA, there are 3 different charges for the building inspector. I wanted to know why there are 3 different charges. There's a one-time refund for $100, and I was wondering what that was for. And then I see the ORC contract has been signed, or has been paid, and I assume that's for next month's services that he's going to give us.
IIMC is International Institute of Municipal Clerks. The $100 refund was a refund for a community center rental that was canceled due to COVID. I'm sorry, what were the other? Yes, the SHUM CODA changed the way that they do their billing system, and they break it down into different categories. So we received 3 specific invoices instead of 1 consolidated invoice, and the payment to the contractor is for the month of July.
All right. Thank you. Anything else from the public?
We paid for April, May, and June.
Anything else from the public? Yes, Christina.
We do contract out our utility, the actual blue utility bills, yes. It varies based on how many postcards are sent out in a month period, but those show up on disbursements under mail services, and I believe it was on the last disbursements.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, seeing none, we have a motion to accept disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
To accept the consent agenda.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board? Yes, Ms. Beck.
This is, hold on, let me find it. It's pretty small, but the limited winery, it said that the dates see attached, and I see the dates are here, but was there anything else on the see attached because there was no attachment?
The, on the attachment were the dates and proposed locations, which will be determined when they finalize the locations of all the booths for that event. They do, right now, primarily believe they will be located near Poulos Park.
Okay, other questions from the board? Yes, Trustee Bear.
The application for Colorado liquor sales room, I see the phone number is not complete. It's on item on the application number 6. Is there a reason why that's that way, or is that normal?
I'm not sure why. The limited winery sales rooms are not reviewed and approved at the local authority level. So that would be taken up at the state level as far as the completion of the application. The only part that we review is the bottom section of whether or not the location is, if it violates any of our zoning or ordinances.
Thank you.
Other comments from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. All right, let's move on with unfinished business. First reading of Ordinance 2021-07, outdoor lighting regulations. Aaron, would you like to say anything about this prior to the board taking it up for discussion?
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple things I wanted to start with. First is I wanted to announce that Dark Skies Pay on Your Board met, and we're putting forth a lighting upgrade program. So we're going to use some of our funds to work on lighting retrofits. So lights that are not compliant with the ordinance, if and when the ordinance is passed, we are going to put money aside to upgrade in the form, we're going to start around $600 a year, because that's what we can afford, hopefully get more, and cover up to 3 properties being upgraded with their fixtures. So that should help with some of the costs associated. And then the other thing I wanted to add, so there were a few changes we made, especially in the exemptions section. And I just wanted to let you know what I've heard from the International Dark Sky Association and what they're looking for with this ordinance. So really what they want to see is an exceptional dedication to dark skies. That's in general what they're looking for. And what that means is they want the ordinance to have provisions that are going to reduce light pollution, and if not reduce, at the very least prevent light pollution from getting worse in town. So that's really the basic idea of what we're going for with this ordinance. And then, there's many details that we can go over. And so as far as there may be, we've made the ordinance how Dark Skies Pioneer would like to see it. And, we'll leave it up to the town and the community members to go over those details. And I'll be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions from the board for Mr. Watson? Yes.
In the spirit of the Olympics, I'd like to award a gold medal to Aaron for his work on dark skies.
Yes. I would second that motion.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, a couple of questions on the ordinance. On page 136 of the packet, this is section 654, number 654A5, the ordinance. It says there's a specific lumens level that's given, 25,000 lumens per acre, and I'm wondering if that is recommended by the International Dark Skies Association or where that number comes from.
So it's not recommended per se by the International Dark Sky Association. What they want to see are limits to the lumens output. These are based off ridge waves.
Oh, your mic went out.
These numbers are based off ridge waves numbers, and they're meant for a town this size, you know, in a more urban area.
Oh, it went out again.
In a more urban area, these numbers might be lower or higher, or might be higher. In other areas, it might be lower. So, you know, there is a little wiggle room as far as these.
Oh, it went out again.
I'll try again. So there aren't specific lumen limits that the International Dark Sky Association puts forth. These are based on the town ridgeway.
Ah, it did it again.
These are based off the
Yeah.
town ridgeway, and that's why we're using them because it's a similar size town, but there is a little wiggle room in these ones that's up or down.
Thank you. I do have a couple more, if that's all
Sure.
right. Okay. On page 137 of the packet, this is really more a housekeeping thing. I think section B near the top of that page, sign illumination shall be extinguished. The phrasing is just a little strange, and I wonder if we could reword that a little. The sunrise versus sunset timing on it just reads strange to me. Does it? Maybe it's just me. Okay. Moving on to the very next section, section C, define limits in town code TBD. That section of our town code that deals with signage is section 18.6.100, if we want to have that reference in there. And then my last comment on this is on packet page 139. There's reference to a town lighting decision group, and I wonder whether it might be more consistent with our processes to move that into our Board of Appeals.
Okay, well, I can give you my opinion on that. It's like the Town Board of Appeals is specifically for building and, zoning and building. Whereas this is, for example, the light near Mr. Knutsen's home, it seems like ridiculous to have a 5-member board get together to discuss whether turning that light off or not, since that's basically what a board is doing and has been for a while now with criteria, and it includes the police, so it's a broader spectrum than just engineers and building professionals. Yes.
Okay, if I can respond with my perception of that section, it says any person aggrieved by the interpretation of this section could make an appeal, and what that says to me is that this would be for a private property owner to bring their appeal of the lighting requirements. And to me, that does fall into private property use, and I think the Board of Appeals would be a more appropriate board to hear that type of appeal. But there may be, we're talking, I think, about appealing two different things here, town lighting versus private property appeals, and we may want to clarify that.
I think you're correct on that regard, for sure. So, would the board like to make a request or that get clarified as far as where they want that appeal to go? You look like you're poised and ready to say something over there, Mr. Nerlin.
Always. I digress. No, I just want a clarification. We've had a nice introduction from Aaron, and we're just discussing it generally, but I want to make sure we're clear there hasn't been a motion to introduce yet.
Right.
So.
Right. So it's just, I'm looking for direction from the board if they would like to have that section clarified, and then we could make a motion to accept this with the changes that the board has directed.
Would it be appropriate for Trustee Pattison to make that motion?
I move that we accept the this first reading?
Yes.
First reading of the Dark Skies Ordinance with a clarification to section 657 that appeals regarding personal property would be heard by the Board of Appeals rather than the Town Lighting Decision Group.
Second that motion.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson. Sure. The motion is to accept the ordinance 2021-07 outdoor lighting regulations with the stipulation that section 657, that interpretations of or appeals to the decision of the lighting board goes to the Board of Appeals.
Okay, I have a comment. I think our municipal code is becoming the messiest closet in the world. And I feel when I open it up, I never know what's going to fall out on me. And don't sigh at me. This is part, this is not
about this specific ordinance. If
Yes,
you have
it
a
is.
comment, if you have
Yes,
a
it is
comment
about this
about
ordinance.
if
Don't
you
interpret
have-
me here,
Okay,
Mayor.
we have a
Okay,
motion and a second. All in
So what I'm
favor?
saying is, I believe this needs to be a land use ordinance. I don't feel you should be adopting this as a general ordinance. I totally agree in Dark Skies, but you're really telling people how they can use their property. When you talk about the Zoning Board of Adjustment, that is statutorily described as a board that appeals ordinances in the land use codes. It's not a board that's for anything in your code, it's for the land use codes. Sure, the Board of Appeals you're doing now is for building codes specific, but truly this is a land use ordinance, and I believe it needs to be go before the Planning Commission, go before the public, it's advertised that way, and there's a process that's followed, and then it comes back to you and it's adopted by the board after a public hearing, because you're telling people how they can and can't use their property. And if this was a simple nuisance ordinance, I would totally agree with it being adopted as you're adopting it. But you're even saying it's going to go in chapter 16. I mean, chapter 6. And if you look at chapter 6, it's business licensing and regulations. It has nothing to do with Dark Skies. So there's something really messy here that I believe needs to be clarified and cleaned up because it's very confusing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, I would like to hear from Mr. Nerlin on his reaction to that discussion.
So a couple of things. One, big picture, it's on one of my kind of projects through the rest of the term is to get with Corinne, and I think that this will be subsequent to the August 10th meeting or special meeting with respect to getting the clarification on the boards and committees, but to start looking at what a comprehensive code update looks like, and potentially, I don't know if that's going to be a budgetary decision or not, but working with MuniCode or another entity to kind of clean up some of those things, because I would concede that there has been a lot of kind of adoptions or code adoptions recently. We want to make sure that things are speaking cleanly together, and then things that we've talked about like the marijuana code update. It's also mentioned kind of updating the liquor code provisions. Ancillary to that, I would say probably defer more to the trustees in terms of what your election would be with respect to this specific section. Are you looking at the regulation of light? Are you guys seeing this more as a property process? Would it be appropriate to take it to the Planning Commission? Certainly that would be within your purview if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Attorney Nerlin. And I would like to apologize, Suzanne. I was out of order. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Yeah, I want to second the idea that perhaps it should be in the zoning section, and I want to point out the rationale for the motion to use this particular Board of Appeals was that this is as though it were a zoning matter, and it certainly should be there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have, anything else from the public? All right, so we have a motion and a second to accept.
Mayor Bodker,
Yes, I'm sorry.
if I may, I would like to modify my motion.
Please do.
I move that we make the adjustments previously stated regarding the Board of Appeals and send this ordinance to the Planning Commission for further review and consideration within our land use codes.
I think it probably would be cleaner if you would rescind your first motion and then remake it.
I rescind my initial motion.
Now you can make the other one.
I would like to make a new motion that we modify the ordinance to include an appeals process on private property going through the Board of Appeals and send the ordinance so revised to the Planning Commission for review.
All right. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Discussion from the board? All right, seeing none. Further discussion from the public? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
A technical point on my limited understanding, but I think the Planning and Zoning Committee is not a catch-all place for town matter, that unless this is a matter of planning and zoning, it's not appropriate to send it to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I would suggest that the motion be amended again to include transferring this into that section so that it is a proper matter for that committee. Thank you.
So amended.
All right, well, okay, does the person who made the second agree with that?
Yes.
All right, now let me see if I can repeat this motion so that we all understand it. The motion is to send the ordinance 2021-07, including the appeals process through the Board of Appeals, property owners appeals process through the Board of Appeals, to send it to planning and zoning and to include it in the zoning section of the code. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, let's move on to the first reading of ordinance 2021-06, the alcoholic beverage license distance from public schools.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this was initially provided, I believe, at the first meeting in July, based on a request that was provided to the trustees in late June. The modification removed the specific requester from the language, and I think there wants to be kind of some additional discussion with respect to if there wants to be if the town trustees would like to have a further definition of those licenses that would be able to be within that 500-foot limitation.
So, yes, Mr. Bear.
I definitely think that we should have some discussion on what do we allow within that 500 feet. Perhaps it could be something as simple as all requests to be reviewed by the council. If that's possible, I don't know if it is. But I don't think that, you know, we're kind of setting a standard here that lets everything get approved.
Sure.
And I don't like that idea.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, I just took the direction that was provided from the motion at the June meeting. I would have concerns with respect to board review on each. I think it's probably cleaner to have a uniform standard rather than create a subjectivity that could be argued if it's board review on each application.
So if we were to say this is only for bed and breakfast or whatever type of business that the Ross Hotel has, we restrict it to that.
You certainly may. You could say the bed and breakfast permit. You could say bed and breakfast and, you know, restaurant, but, you know, not have the bar or brewery licensing. You could also do something like 250 feet or something along those lines. So there's a menu of options that are available.
Well, just myself personally, I prefer the bed and breakfast, and what's the other one you mentioned? The restaurant?
Restaurant,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So would you like to amend this ordinance to add those restrictions in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Let our minute takers get lined up over here. They're busy talking. Oh, I'd like to amend this.
Or no, okay,
I
you
know,
make a motion.
It's all right. I move that we approve ordinance 2021-06 with the modification that it be limited to bed and breakfasts and bars, or restaurants, I believe you said.
So it would be, the type of licenses you're discussing would be the bed and breakfast permit, the hotel and restaurant license, and lodging and entertainment license. Lodging and entertainment also encompasses hotel and restaurant with a less restrictive requirement for meals being supplied, if that helps.
Okay, I will include all of those.
Okay. Would you like to repeat those? So Colorado hotel and restaurant license?
It's bed and breakfast permit, hotel and restaurant license, lodging and entertainment license.
Okay. Can I get a second on that motion? Yes, Ms. Budinger.
Question, are we changing it to 250 feet for these?
Not so far.
Okay, so this is just giving them a permit.
Right, it's letting those three types of licenses operate without the distance restrictions.
At all?
At this point, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so we have an amendment to the main motion to include a 250-foot distance restriction. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Have you voted, Mr. Johnson?
No, nay.
All right, I think we need a roll call.
Nay.
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 Aye.
Oh, dear. Twice in one evening. This is amazing. Okay. I think I will vote nay on this as well. If we're going to, let's just let it go. So no limitations at this point. So that motion fails, or the amendment. So now we go back to the main motion, which is to accept Ordinance 2106 and to include modified B&Bs, to include B&B permits, hotel and restaurant licenses, and lodging and entertainment licenses. Any questions, discussion? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
Aren't we really just trying to limit liquor stores?
No, bars and liquor stores.
Is it simpler just limiting those two?
Well, I think the issue is that we could have other permits come up here, like a brew pub license, like a, there are so many other arts licenses, club licenses, distillery pub licenses. There are so many other licenses. So by saying these three work, then it is much less confusing than adding all the sub-licenses.
Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
But this is still for complimentary beverages.
On premises.
On premises, correct. Okay.
Okay, Michelle Peskin.
Point of clarification, I don't think that anything we've discussed would limit it to complimentary beverages. I believe it would include any on-premise consumption.
Or purchase. Right. Yes, Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, I think it does say in the ordinance, though.
I think you need to get closer to your mic.
Oh.
Thank you.
It does say in the ordinance, authorized bed and breakfast permits to allow for provisionary of complimentary alcoholic beverages for guests. So I see that no one could come in and purchase anything. It would all be just given to whoever was there.
Which would kind of let restaurants out of it because theirs is all for purchase and not complementary. Yes.
All right, I'm a little bit confused. So I thought that what the ordinance said was that there would be no distance requirement. I'm reading, the ordinance says there shall be no distance requirement where the consumption of alcohol is wholly contained on site, explicitly omitting a retail store license. So that says nothing about complimentary beverages.
Right.
I believe the complimentary beverages thing comes up because that is specifically what a bed and breakfast license is for, but that's not something that we're putting into the ordinance. That's what the state says bed and breakfast licenses can do. Is that accurate?
That is absolutely accurate.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why that language is there, to reinforce so that anybody that is an applicant for the bed and breakfast knows that it's just a complimentary and that it's not like it'd be different than a restaurant or on-site consumption.
But then if we include those two others, would that go under section 6-1-90 as well? Or would we add another section to that?
I need to take we would just add them. I would need to take a look at it just to see how it kind of flows comprehensively.
Okay. So can we pass this on first reading tonight, or should it come back again?
You're looking at a pretty substantial change, to be honest with you, and I would suggest that the direction be given and it be brought back to the board, because there could be some stakeholders that said, oh, hey, I wouldn't be interested in this, but with the modification, they might be.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the board to accept this ordinance, including a B&B permit, restaurant, hotel, let me finish, and then you can talk. Hotel, restaurants, and lodging and entertainment. Yes. Trustee Patterson.
Sorry to jump the gun. I just wanted to make sure you weren't calling for a vote yet, since I still have a comment.
Okay.
To me, this feels very arbitrary that we're selecting these three. And I do think that there could be stakeholders in town with other license types that would have a good argument to bring before us on why we're excluding them from this process. So if we're going to get that specific on which licenses for the same type of consumption we're going to apply this to or not apply this to, I think we need to explain our reasoning behind that.
Put it in the whereases.
Right, so if we're saying that a bed and breakfast can do it and a restaurant can do it, but a brew pub cannot, why are we drawing that distinction? I think we need to be clear about that.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Bear.
Well, my comment on that would be just as this business originally didn't qualify for our liquor license permits, we have considered it and we're making adjustments to it. If somebody comes in the future and wants to make a request of a future board, they can certainly come in the door and they can approach the board, and the board will take action however they see fit. But they have the right to come in and talk and seek changes, just like this company did.
If I may respond, yes, anybody can come in and seek changes, but if we're approaching this that we're making changes on a case-by-case basis, and we're approving some businesses and not approving others, then I think we're getting into a real issue with potential favoritism or not treating all of our businesses equally in town, and I think that's something we really need to avoid.
Well, I hate to have people feel like you're singled out for favoritism, but we've approved 3 uses, that weren't approved before, so I think we've opened the door, and people that, the town of Peonia changes over time, locations of facilities like schools change over time, and our rules should change over time. So I really think we should restrict it somewhat. We have schools right there close, and we don't want a business that sells packaged liquor or something like that in the vicinity of the schools.
Trustee Knutson.
I agree with some of the prior comments about favoritism and coming to the board on a case-by-case basis. I like Trustee Bear's thing before when we started allowing fees. It was the slippery slope that we go down. You're famous for that. Seems like this is the same kind of decision, and I like the idea of just carte blanche, 350 feet, bang, solves the problem.
Okay, any other discussion from the board? Yes.
Never mind, we already have a motion on the table, don't we?
Yes,
Okay.
Any discussion from the public? All right. We have a motion to accept this with the restrictions. All in favor?
Point of order.
Yeah.
I would ask that do you guys want to introduce it at first reading? We can, although my advice would be that we accept these changes and then bring it back for first reading, just because I think it's relatively substantial and we want to give notice. So.
Yeah, I kind of suspect this motion's going to fail, which is why I went ahead with it. I may be wrong. But, okay, so let's vote on the motion, and then if we need to change, we can, okay? Yes.
Could you restate the motion, please?
You're taxing my brain, Michelle. Okay, so we're accepting Ordinance 2021-06 to include B&B permits, hotel and restaurant licenses, and lodging and entertainment licenses, okay? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay. Now, shall we have a motion to have the attorney rewrite it and then bring it back? Yes, Mr.
I'd like to move that the attorney rewrite it and make the distance restrictions 350 feet.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, anything from the public? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. It'll come back. All right. Next on the agenda is the second reading of Ordinance 2021-05, the imposition of the marijuana occupational tax. It seems we have been through this once. Were there modifications on this, Bo? Do you remember? Yep. Oh, right. Adding sales transaction was the only modification on this. Okay. All right.
As noted by the clerk.
Yeah. Can I get a motion on the table for this?
Move that we accept this as a second reading for the marijuana ordinance.
Can I have a second? Discussion from the board. All right, seeing none. Discussion from the public. Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. All right, let's move on to the board consideration of coronavirus relief fund update and remaining funds for expenditure.
Mayor,
Yes,
may I ask for a brief recess before we move to the next item?
if you must. Yes.
Thank you.
Would someone like to make a motion to recess?
I move that we recess for 5 minutes.
And I second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, I'm going to set the alarm. 5 minutes, people.
Mary, your job is to kill the flies.
They are crazy tonight. Maybe it's storming out there or something exciting. Oh my God. Okay. Well, we're moving along.
I provided the information in the packet and I'm open to any questions.
Question for the town administrator. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Did the board approve the $10,450 payment to the North Fork Senior Connections?
That was the amount that was provided to them to give to the community members. That's the community member grant portion. The discussion regarding, I don't know, it was not a specific agenda item, but the discussion was had at the board level on the amount of money that was being provided to the nonprofit for applications to the community, yes.
Well, just as a note, nonprofit doesn't mean that the people that run the nonprofit are not getting paid. Just a note. And what did they do for the North Fork seniors?
It was not specific to the North Fork Senior Connection. So when we spoke with DOLA about wanting to be able to offer grant opportunities to individuals, not just businesses, they stated that as a governmental entity, we couldn't do that. But we could provide funds to a nonprofit entity that offered grants or funding opportunities to individuals in the community, and the North Fork Senior Connections agreed to do that. There was a fee, there was a percentage fee for them providing that service that went into their process and into their budget. But they had individuals in the community that were able to then come to them and apply for assistance as needed. And the spreadsheet that was provided shows where that assistance was given, whether it was groceries through Indigo Autumn, Don's Market, or City Market, whether it was paid to DMEA for utility, whether it was a rent payment, a Elevate payment, or a water bill payment.
Okay, well, that's great. I think that the $10,450 should have ran through for approval, but in the future, I would like to see people that do this come back and make a report to the council so we know where the money went.
Understood.
Other questions, comments for the town administrator? Trustee Patterson.
We talked early on when COVID started happening about forgiving late fees for town utility bills, and I believe that was in place for a while. I don't see anything in the disbursement specifically related to that, so I'm wondering if that was not eligible for reimbursement from DOLA, or how we manage that.
That's correct, it's not eligible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
As a former board member of North Fork Senior Connections, I just wanted to mention that I really appreciate that those board members stepped up and were willing to do this, because that was one of the problems with the COVID funds. How do we get money to people who are really hurting during COVID? And North Fork Senior Connections stepped up to the plate and helped us do that. So I want to thank them for that.
Other comments and questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, just a question that came up from this, but isn't necessarily specific to this. And Attorney Nerlin, please stop me if this is out of bounds for the board, but I'm wondering if it's appropriate for the board to be notified if we have employees that are on extended leave, or if that's not within board purview.
I don't know offhand, to be honest with you. I could see drawbacks from either avenue. So,
okay.
If you would like some additional clarification on that, I'd be happy to try to provide it.
I would. I was just surprised to see the length of time, and the board wasn't notified of that, but I don't know if it's appropriate for the board to be notified of that, so a clarification would be helpful. Thanks.
So, and I can add, and the general question is a good one, but for specific why it's included in here is because those were time requirements that were required under COVID because of COVID testing or exposure. So that's why the amount of time that was included in there.
Other questions or comments from the board?
Sorry, just one, and this is a little nitpicky, but on the cost estimate for envelope stuffing, it just seems pretty high to me for the actual time it takes to stuff envelopes. I've done that work, and it tends to move, I would say, at least twice as fast as the estimated time in there.
It's because it's multiple pages and it's one person typically that does it. And so I asked for the estimate. She based it on the time that it takes to stuff the disconnect notice letters that go out. So it may be, we tried to be conservative in the estimations, but it may not take quite that amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I was curious about the general labor temp employment contracted for public health. And I wanted to know, did that show up on the disbursements at all in the packets, or is that?
Yes, it was in disbursements. It was through the temporary agency.
Oh, so that was for Genmar?
It was specific for the outdoor areas, which were the primary areas of focus for use during COVID to keep people outside.
Okay, and then I also had a question. I mean, are we talking at all about the money that's left? Because perhaps it would behoove us to spend a little bit of that to get the subtitles on the YouTube videos figured out, because we're going to be having COVID again, you know, probably in the wintertime. We might have some more shutdowns. And to get the subtitle situation figured out, if you have to buy software or consult with your
Needed to see, but I would like to see this be included in all future grants as the grants are proceeding, not waiting till we're this far at the end for us to understand how the money is being spent. And I think that's really important for the latest grant, which I can't remember the acronym. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anything else from the public? Thomas.
Item, let's see what page it is, page 161 on the packet. Item 9 says we spent $10,897.19 on a software system so that we can live stream and have remote participation in this room, which, to my knowledge, is not possible still. I was wondering what that actual expenditure was, and if we spent that much money, why we can't do that. It shows up in a couple other places as well.
To identify the specific invoice, we would have to go back and look. I couldn't tell you exactly which that one is based on the information that I have in front of me.
Okay. I think that's probably pretty important because that's more money than we spent on almost anything else. And as far as I can tell, it didn't work. So if we can figure out what happened to that, that'd be great. Aside from that, the amount of money that we spent on laptops and computer equipment seems really crazy high. We spent $6,000 on 4 laptops. Down there that was dollars. This is like, I mean, I don't know how this was authorized, but it seems like high dollar items like that should be reviewed. I guess it's probably up to Corinne to approve that stuff, but it seems crazy to me. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes, Christine.
Patterson. Yeah, I'm just sort of concerned and disappointed the way this whole grant was administered from the get-go. I think everything in general just should come to the trustees, everything, for their approval, for their knowledge, for how this should have been broken up and given to the community. There's a lot of disharmony and sort of ill will within the community regarding this COVID grant. I mean, there's Body Intuitive got $2,875. I don't even know what that is or where it's located. If anybody does, let me know. Prosperity and Health, $2,700. Brain Regeneration. I mean, where did someone find that I don't even know what that person is. Do they have a storefront? Is that even a viable business? And yet Don's Market, Dependable Lumber, 3rd Street Grill, Erickson's, the Flower Shop, that's been in business for 35 years. All the other nonprofits, all the other massage therapists, all the other, Pamela Jackson said she came in here, Cause. Everybody would have loved to have known that this was happening, and I do not know why the ball was dropped on all that.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? All right, seeing none. I guess we should have a discussion about what we are going to do with the remaining funds. I know we have proposed redoing the business grants and having them go out, which is what the whole envelope stuffing thing is, to send a letter out to every single business that is within the town of Paonia that is listed on the website, the government website, State of Colorado website. So that would be one idea, of which we would lose $481 approximately out of our fund to pay to do that. If the board has other ideas about where they would like to spend that money, I would love to hear them. I'm sure Administrator Ferguson would love to hear them as well.
Well, I, for one, would like to see the money go to the businesses. I don't know if you advertise it in the paper for 2 weeks, take the applications and divide it up by the number of applications you get. Some methodology, but I think we should just plan on giving it away to the needy businesses. Or if there is people that have late fees due to not being able to pay their water bills, maybe you could do it with that too.
We can open the business one back up, but fees and payments direct to the town are not eligible.
And, you know, again, it's getting the word out. When we originally did this, so the PD went up and down Grand Avenue and handed flyers out. It was in the shopper. It was on KVNF. It was, where else, Corinne? On the website. And flyers. So, you know, we did make a significant effort to make sure that people knew this was happening. And yeah, there's a lot of little businesses that exist. If you look at the business list within the 81428 zip code, lots of little businesses that I didn't even know existed are out there. And a lot of stuff is in people's homes. My business is not listed on the website. It's sitting in my house. So it's like, how much money do we want to put into advertising it for the businesses above and beyond the website, the shopper, the we could put something in the DCI. It's kind of pricey to put an ad in the DCI, but we could do that too. I mean, it's up to the board. How much of the money do we want to spend in advertising versus giving it to the businesses? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
I don't know that we need to spend any money on advertising when it's possible to get a list from the state of our registered in good standing businesses, which could be further reduced to the number of businesses who were in business during COVID. We can pull that data, and there are mailing addresses associated with that data. So rather than advertising and hoping that we get eyes on that, I think it makes more sense to connect directly with the businesses to make sure everyone has an equal opportunity to participate.
The only thing is, there are businesses who exist in this town that are not registered with the state. For example, mine. I guess I don't get any money.
Is there a reason you're exempt from registering with the state? Because my understanding was that any business
It's not
needed to.
required.
Okay.
I have one registered and one that is not.
Okay, I may have to look back at the Secretary of State's office. My understanding was that it was a requirement.
No.
Okay.
Yes, did you have something to say, Ms. Jones?
2 things.
Okay.
You are correct. It is not required.
Okay.
Secondly, we cannot take the advertising. we cannot take the advertising costs out of the COVID money. That's got to come out of town money. The only money that can come out of the COVID money is the money you're going to give to the businesses.
So that means that all the envelope stuffing and all the supplies and everything, the postage, would have to come out of the general fund. Okay. Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
Is this the $16,000 is left over? When does it have to be spent by?
Last day of the year.
The concern I have is a previous citizen mentioned that we may have a resurgence. I'm concerned about whether something like this would hit the restaurants and bars again especially hard. It may be worthwhile. I'm going to sound real conservative on this, but I had no problem just sending it back because it's federal taxpayers' money and we don't have a really good beneficial use for it right now. People that are applying right now are people that might have missed it. So I'm in favor of just sending the money back.
Okay.
Or holding off till close to the end of the year and seeing what's happening with COVID. And if we have some emergency stuff for businesses that are long-standing businesses like some of the ones that were mentioned, they're now under duress, we can help them out with that money.
Just bear in mind, there is a ramp-up time. It takes time to get everything put together and sent out the door so that this can't be a last-minute decision to give money to businesses and to arbitrarily point our fingers to Rio Bravo or Sweetgrass and say, here's money for you, without making it fair and equitable to everybody is a limitation. Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Knudsen that based on what we've heard in town and what we've heard from the county, a resurgence is possible, particularly with the new variant. And there could be legitimate COVID-related needs that come about along with that. So I would be in favor of tabling this to a date certain and looking at the COVID situation at that time, keeping in mind that we do need to allow enough time before the end of the year. So yeah, that's my comment.
Okay. And we could definitely put this off till sometime in September, because if the numbers are going to go up, that's when they're going to really start going up. And that would still give us time to put a project in place to do that. So actually, would somebody like to make a motion? Oh, no, I will let Trustee Johnson speak first.
Yeah, I think I would be in favor of a longer application period to make sure that businesses that were not aware of it prior may find out about it this time. So instead of trying to start something in September, you know, maybe start it in August and have the application period through October, and then go from there. Just a thought.
Well, would somebody like to make a motion to give this some direction to staff on what to do with this?
Madam Mayor, I move that we table this until the first meeting in September to further discuss.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Kendall.
Well, there's Chris Kendall. There's lots of ways to get the news out there. I mean, we've got Facebook, a lot of free stuff. I'm sure KVNF, you know, to advertise, so you don't have to spend a lot on advertising. I mean, there's a lot of money, it looks to me like went places that it should have had more, that shouldn't have went. But it's too late now, and that's, you know, so I think any grants from this point out need to be really, everybody needs to know about it and everything needs. And the same with even acquiring grants. Not everybody should go out and acquire a grant because it sounds good. You know, grants sound like it's free money, but grants are not free money. Someday they're going to come back and they're going to want their money. And what are you going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, people who were given money had to come in and show COVID-related losses. They had to bring receipts in and the like. It wasn't just an arbitrary, they walk in the door and say, yeah, but
Yes,
they had to show a loss.
I seen the applications, but the disbursements of it. I mean, like that one for an employee was 6 weeks. It was $4,000 for an employee. It was, who okayed that?
It was an administrative process, yeah.
And required. It was
Yeah.
required
Well,
that
but
you,
6 weeks?
it was, yes, there was specific times that were provided by the state and federal government on how.
And so you felt like this was good money to be spending, giving grant money for that? When I,
That-
they probably got their wages anyway, right? Sick time?
Yes, because we were required to pay them. Yes. No, we're required, so if an employee was exposed to COVID or tested positive for COVID, there were specific guidelines that were implemented by the health department. And so for that time that we were required to pay them even, and not draw off of their sick time, this was required. And so we were able to submit to DOLA through the grant for reimbursement because the town had to pay out that time, and that person was still eligible to use their sick leave and other time. So no employee got additional pay, correct? No, they just got their standard 40-hour-a-week pay, yes.
Oh, the mic is off again, Chris, sorry.
Anytime there's grant money, it should be more transparent, I guess is the word that we keep using for everything. I guess that was my point. I wasn't, and I know you guys did application forms, and some did and some didn't, and it's done, it's over with, we need to move forward. But, I mean, there's a lot of free press out there that you guys can, I mean, there's a good old phone. When you got a minute, make phone calls. Everybody, if you got a minute, make 5 phone calls. And move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bruner.
I'm really happy that Mr. Knudsen is satisfied that his favorite organization got some money out of this and now feels that we can just let everybody else wait. I don't think that's the right way to go here. I don't really care where you have to get the money to send notice to individual businesses. I think you're obligated to do that at this point, to notify the businesses that were not included in previous disbursements that this money is available, and make it available now. I mean, fair's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Did I actually get a motion about?
You did.
All right, and we had a second?
Yes, the motion was to table to the first meeting in September, seconded by Trustee Knudsen.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, okay, that motion carries. All right, let's move on to the Planning Commission open seat appointment. Under new business, we did receive one letter from Monica Foguth, who is currently serving on the Planning Commission, and she would like to continue serving, and I am going to appoint her to the Planning Commission again. So that is done. Next, modification to water rates during drought designation. We have the ability to modify water rates. We have never set up any kind of schedule to do so. And so we need to look at not only do we want to do this, how do we want to do this, and then we really need to think of some kind of enforcement mechanism.
So, Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
if this
please.
is, it's been briefly touched on at the Advisory Water Committee meetings and at some of the town meetings when we're looking at restrictions and other community restrictions specific to drought. Some communities don't make modifications to their fees. There's no staff suggestion. What we did was obtain information from other communities on how, if they did modify fees, how they did that. We were trying to look for some kind of percentage or how they determine. And what we found is that majority, the ones that responded, they basically adjust it by a 50% tier when they go beyond a stage 1 restriction. So I wanted to provide that information to the board in an effort to be proactive and get review and board direction on whether or not that is something they want to consider doing under the different stage restrictions for drought or not.
Discussion from the board. Trustee Pattison.
I was just going to make a motion. I move that we do not change our water rates during drought restriction.
Second.
All right, any discussion on this? Yes, Trustee Bear.
Well, I hate to raise the water rates as well, so I would basically agree with that. But how during, particularly a stage 3, how are you going to enforce your water restrictions if you don't have a mechanism? And price is the easiest mechanism, but there may be others, but how do you enforce it?
Trustee Pattison.
So there's a lot of available research that shows that water use is generally considered inelastic and that changing water rates has no significant impact on use. It has a bigger impact just to ask people to use less water and to provide education. So I don't think, I feel like increasing the water rates is punishing our water users, and we are unlikely to see a significant change in use.
And I have also done some research and found that communities that do go to drought restrictions, the only way they find that they have reduced water usage is to actually make the rates very high. And then people do stop using the water because it hits them economically. So, yes, Trustee Mack.
Just a question, do we have any fines in place for the third tier restrictions? Or would that come in the form of charging more?
We don't have any actual mechanism right now, and that's the next step would be whether or not this would be included or if it would just be establishing the enforcement piece to the restrictions.
So it would be possible then to say have a fine for an odd address watering on an even day, should they be caught?
Yes, but the only way that we would be able to track that would be by either by complaint or actual physical. We would have to see it. We don't have any other way to track that.
Sure, that makes sense. Thank you.
Trustee Knutson?
We could follow the guidance of Bacigalupi's book Water Knife and hire ourselves a bunch of water knives.
First, we need to train them. Anything else from the board? Okay. Mr. Markle?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could email me the study that you just mentioned, because as part of my work in the Advisory Water Committee, I too have done quite a bit of research into demand management and pricing structures and the associated studies, and everything that I've seen indicates that the effect of, as Michelle said, elasticity due to price changes is hairy at best, and generally it's considered a very poor way to affect use. So I would love to hear that. Thanks.
Ms. Kendall?
Chris Kendall. My question is, if you did this, how would it affect the water companies that you have outside of town? Because, I mean, you've got from 5 to 40 or, you know, on each water company. So how would you implement it fairly?
That would be a board.
Right.
The board would have to address that
I mean,
in
yeah,
the regulation.
because that would be really
hard to, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Fennell. No, it's the big talk button on the front.
Got it. I also.
Please state your name.
Oh, Gia
Thank you.
Finelli. I also agree with Trustee Michelle, and I think that in my just observance watching people throughout my 60 years of living, we take pride in what we have. We take pride in our community. This is a small community, and I think that if we knew we had a water crisis, everyone would kind of hold everyone accountable. I think the minute you start, charging more money, when we have water shortages, people are just less likely to take care of what already is a town that's kind of looking pretty shabby. So everyone starts going into fear mode. We don't have a lot of people that make a lot of money in town anyway, and I think they're just going to panic more. I think we just need to say, you guys, everyone as a community, we need your help. We need you to be responsible. Water early in the morning for maybe 15 minutes to keep your trees alive, your plants alive, your grass green, but then stop. And if we need to do every other house, odd even, people would respect that, I think, as well. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, Ms. Watson.
It's kind of a difficult subject to get one's mind around because there are different ways of thinking about it. And of course, I've been told not to complicate it by mentioning this, but conceivably, someone could decide, I'm not going to take any showers this month. I'm going to take a shower once a month, and I'm going to water my trees and lawn outside because that's more important to me. So water use also has to do what people's values are. And I think Americans usually have to take a shower every day, and they've got to run like their loads of laundry, and there are high water use activities that we do. You flush all the time. But people could conceivably say, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cut my household water use because I value my food crop that I'm going to be eating here, or I value the lawn and the tree that's giving me shade and the wildlife it supports. So it's just to add another complication to the mix of thought processes here. I just wanted to state that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Shireen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. I appreciate that comment because that's true. That's what I've been doing, is conserving water, my personal water, to keep my garden growing already. And if I want to use that water, and I might be reported by a neighbor because I'm watering in the middle of the day or whenever I want to, I don't realize that I'm not taking showers or whatever it is, personal. How is that going to work? So it's one person against another. It doesn't make sense. The other comment I want to make is maybe if the town of Paonia took its water crisis seriously, we would have a whole lot more water. We wouldn't be looking at drought. Because on all these other water reports and the committee meetings and everything else, all I'm hearing is we spilling water, we losing water. We're not even getting water into the plant. So maybe if you fix your problems with the water system, like people have been asking for this past year, the year before, 20 years before that, we wouldn't be having this problem now to have to raise rates on the people in Paonia and fine them and arrest them for their water use. Fix the problem at the source.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, I think we should get the Navos up here to do a rain dance.
Okay. Would anyone like to make any kind of suggestion on this? Yes.
You already have a motion on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that motion?
The motion is to make no changes to the rate structure based on drought, and was
Okay.
seconded.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That motion carries. Let's move on to board review provided by the town attorney hiring process. Trustee Knudsen or Budinger, would you like to address this at all?
We have heard from our attorney that the contract will expire at the end of this year. When Trustee Budinger and I reviewed the previous town attorney solicitation, we thought that the timetable, the RFP, a number of the documents were pretty well written. So we wanted to forward those to the board as a proposal for the process. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here. It's a pretty good job. I would want to add a personal caveat, though. In the JDS Hydro report, they said that our legal rights to our water are somewhat ill-defined. And it seems to me that in next year's budget, we should be also considering legal fees to be making sure that that is buttoned up. So those are the only two comments I have. I hope you can adopt a schedule that we can start pursuing.
Comments from the board? Yes, Trustee Budinger.
I just wanted to add that what we have in here is a schedule beginning in April. This was for 2017. But we recommend starting the schedule in September so that then we have a whole month to get applications and a whole month to review before December. So that I think that works with our attorney.
Yeah, that would be fine. I'd like at least a little bit of carryover in December, so whatever limited institutional knowledge I have, I can try to impart it.
So the sooner we get him, the sooner, or her, the sooner you can start training, right? Thanks.
Other comments from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
So we have the tentative timeline from 2017. Is there anyone who could speak to how that played out in 2017 and if that timeline was carried through or if there had to be modifications?
It followed the timeline as it was proposed. There didn't seem to be any issues with that. And as the winning firm, are you aware of any issues with your firm as far as the timeline and the ability to stay within it?
No, I felt like it was a pretty reasonable time frame, to be honest with you. And there was some good responsiveness from the town with respect to notifying. I believe there was a series of applicants that applied, and then it was winnowed down to 3 that were interviewed, and that time frame was followed pretty diligently.
Just one more question. For Attorney Nerlin, would you have any suggestions to modify and improve the process that is laid out here?
No, not necessarily. The one thing that I offered is I subscribe to the attorney listserv that's hosted by CML, so I would post that the job posting on CML, and I'd also look to post it on the Colorado Bar Association website. So.
Other questions? I have one. So what Trustee Knudsen and Budinger said was to start in September and then end in November, which is significantly longer timeline than what was listed in the selection process in the documents. Would you think that agencies that might be applying for that would be some kind of impediment or? Yeah.
Honestly not. I think
Okay.
kind of my experience with the firms that I've been with, they kind of use that, if you're looking at your institutional clients, that November time frame, that month of November, December, to say, okay, what's this going to look like for going into the next year? Does that answer your question?
Well, I was just thinking, if you stretch out the timeline from 1 month to 3 months, is that going to frustrate the applicants?
No, I don't know that that's necessarily the case. I think as long as it's kind of, what I would envision is that we'd have a longer kind of initial period to get as many applications in as possible. And frankly, in my experience, when there's the shorter deadline, that I don't know that you necessarily get as many applicants.
Okay.
So.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
So I do have another one. On page 174 of the packet, in the requirements, it states that the town attorney is usually required to attend one meeting a month. And I do feel that this limits our potential pool of applicants. I'm wondering if there would be any provision for occasional remote attendance, especially if we can get our AV system fully set up to allow for that. So maybe instead of once a month, we have the attorney present once a quarter, and then we expand our radius of people that might be interested in this.
Oh, now you guys offer that? I'm
I don't think our AV system is up to it, frankly, because we would have to have Zoom capability to integrate into our system, which we have not been able to do. That all we can do is get somebody on the phone right now. And we've already seen that where you put the microphone over the phone and that's what it is. So Corinne has looked into this. We have looked with several other entities that are doing this, trying to figure out with the AV equipment that we currently have, we can't seem to be able to pull this off.
And I would just add that, I mean, I can continue to look into that, and I actually do have another jurisdiction that I'm speaking to that has a similar system that we do on how they do that. I would hesitate to put that as a guarantee when I don't know, we wouldn't be able to guarantee that we would be able to do that. But I think it's something we could definitely, I would think, make people aware that we are, we're trying to move toward that. But we've had several conversations about the system that we have in place and modifications that could be made. And what we find from most of the jurisdictions and from talking to our IT people is that the systems that are allowing that are a lot more integrated than ours are, and are a lot more expensive than what we had available to put toward moving to the microphone system, which many won't remember, but we didn't even have an AV system 5 years ago. So yeah.
Trustee Patterson.
So I acknowledge that it's not a capability at the moment, but I do think it's something that's worth continuing to research and try to make that happen, and at least include in here that it's something that we're working on, because I do think that could impact our pool of applicants. This could have a huge long-term impact on the town if we're able to get a very qualified attorney, particularly someone knowledgeable in water rights. I think that's huge, and I think that it may be big enough that the cost of upgrading our AV would be worth that additional expertise, and so I don't think we should discount that out of the gate.
Trustee Knudsen?
A colleague and I just facilitated a remote combination meeting at the Maverick Center up at the college in Grand Junction, and it was very seamless. Now, they may have tons of money, like Corinne has mentioned, but the Maverick Center really did a fabulous job. So my colleague was on a Telluride. She was not in person. She was by Zoom. And we co-facilitated that event with the staff, and it worked out really, really well. And I agree with Trustee Patterson. This is a technology that would really help. We have a number of people from throughout the state that could be making presentations to our board without having to travel to Paonia to do that, and our citizens could see that. And it really enhance, I think, a lot of the information we're bringing to the meeting, help us make better decisions.
So, do you guys need direction then on what to follow and when to begin?
We can make a modification to that RFP indicating that there may be a possibility of remote attendance to meetings.
I was thinking overall as to start the process. Do you guys?
I think we still like the idea of September 1 as a starting thing and allowing people 2 months to get their proposals together, because it's a pretty involved proposal, and we'd like to see them well written, and we'd like to have as many people participate, not limit them by the compressing the time frame.
So that the documents that have been included here, those are what you would use, or would you bring back to the board modifications to those documents so we could see the actual?
I think the only modification we'd make is the one suggested by Trustee Patterson.
The timeline, oh, yep, adding the AV and then changing the timeline. Okay.
Timeline, I think what trustee Budinger and I agreed to is that September and October are the recruiting months, and the first meeting in November, we'd be looking over applications. So we could potentially make a hire, like mid-November.
Right. Okay. Yes, trustee Pedersen.
Yeah, I just have one more suggestion. The RFP from 2017 focuses on an hourly rate. I'd like to see the option presented of a contract rate, or give the respondents an option to provide a contract rate as well or instead of. Since we were very happy to have a contract rate this last year, I think that makes the budget process quite a bit easier for those services.
Mr. Nerlin.
Not to complicate things, but you guys might also want to consider somebody that's in-house, to be honest with you. I know that there's a salary component that would go with that and then the associated benefits, but there's a lot of work here.
Okay. Anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Mark.
Regarding the discussion about remote meetings, I'd like to remind you guys that I talked about 10 minutes ago that we paid for that technology in November of 2020. Like, I think it was $12,000 all in. 10,000 was just that one line item. Something like $13,000. We're supposed to be able to do this. Is anybody else interested in finding out why we can't right now? No? Yes? Maybe?
All right. Thank you. All right. So are you guys satisfied? Do you have a direction to go in? Okay. Yes, trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I'd like to make an additional motion that we get information from our AV provider explaining why our current system is not capable of this, based on the contracts or agreements that we previously had with them.
Do I hear a second on that?
Is that just direction? Isn't that direction for staff?
What?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, isn't that just direction for staff that we want to hear an answer on that? I don't know if it needs a motion.
As long as we get an answer, I'm whichever makes more sense.
Second.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right. All right, the next item on the agenda is the purchasing policy. And then attorney review regarding non-essential purchases. So let's start with the purchasing policy. We have a draft purchasing policy included. Do we have comments or
Yes.
suggestions on the draft purchasing policy?
This is I just bigly took the 5 or 6 pages that we have currently and just put this for the purchase, for the policy part. The stuff that's not in here would go into a purchasing handbook, which we don't have either. One of the things was to add the language that the government requires if you're going to get reimbursed by FEMA. And this policy references the sections of the language. It doesn't, but the language itself would go into an additional purchasing procedure book, which I'm hoping that Corinne will get us some samples from some other towns. There's no point in rewriting the whole thing. So any comments would be welcome.
I guess I'm kind of confused as what a purchasing
This is the policy.
handbook would consist of.
There were 5 or 6 pages to our purchasing policy that we
Right,
had last week.
right.
And most
Right.
of that is not in, it's the bid process, what you have to do for the RFP, how long you have to wait, what's a qualified bidder, all of that sort of thing would be in the purchasing handbook. That would be the workbook for someone who is actually running the purchasing department, which we don't have. Our best purchasing department is over there in the police department. But the government also suggests that you have pre-qualified contractors that you can contact in case of emergency, so that you don't, because you have to go, it takes 90 days to do a government bid. In emergencies, they throw all that out, but you have to have pre-qualified contractors. There's a whole lot that we don't know, that we don't have, and that would go in the purchasing handbook, the procedure policy.
Okay.
But these would be the purchase, our policy thing is just, these are the things that we value, that we look at in purchasing. And that's the goods, the pricing, the qualification of the vendor, et cetera, and the local preference and those kinds of things.
So my question is, if we were to approve the purchasing policy, it basically would be useless until we had the purchasing handbook.
No, but yes.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that this is a final document. I'm suggesting that this is just the bare things that are a purchasing policy. We do have some dollar limits for who can approve what, et cetera. Those things are in our policy. The how-to is in the procedure manual.
Yes. Trustee Bear.
I think that the FEMA part of it is important, but I don't think that the council and the staff understand what's going to be required by FEMA if we were to have a disaster and if we were wanting to get reimbursed. I think that we're going to need some outside help on that.
Yes.
Perhaps the CML can help. The county emergency services department may be able to help as well, because I know that they've done this on a lot of their process before to get all the contracts in place and whatnot. So I don't think that we're equipped to talk about FEMA without having some more understanding of it. But in addition to what you presented here tonight, I think we need some language there to keep competitive bids sealed until after the close of the bids, to offer reassurance to bidders that someone is not getting a last look at the bids. Might be able to add that. And that all bids are kept sealed and time-stamped prior to opening.
Yeah, these are things that would be covered in the handbook, the how-to.
Well, I think it's important. I think it's important to include that now.
Okay.
Because that's a pretty simple thing to do.
Okay.
And it's already raised debate in the community whether we're doing these bidding processes on the up and up, and it's a real simple thing to add.
Okay. Good.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Other comments? Questions? Oh, Trustee Mack.
Yeah, this just touches on advertising. It says, at a minimum, all formal bids, RFPs will be advertised in at least one of the following locations: a newspaper of general circulation of the town, other publications limited to circulation or trade journals, electronic purchasing websites. CRS 24-7-103 says, any and every legal notice or advertisement shall be published only in a daily, a tri-weekly, semi-weekly, or weekly newspaper of general circulation and printed or published in whole or part in the county. And we also, every year, designate a paper of record, which right now is the DCI. And I know that there's been some interest in having the shopper be the designated paper. They do not publish 52 weeks a year. But maybe it would be worth it to have Ron come in and talk to us about what they could offer. But it should be published in the paper of record, the designated paper of record, plus other publications, in my opinion. So.
Okay.
Other comments? Yes. Trustee Knudsen.
I just wanted a question of clarification there. used the word only, and it sounded like that was the only place we could advertise. I want to make sure that we can use a broad brush, but we do have to use the DCI, if I'm understanding you right.
That's my understanding. I mean, I'd need a legal opinion of that. I don't know if Bo doesn't give legal advice during meetings, but you know, somebody like Jeff Roberts or sure.
I agree with your interpretation. It's the bare minimum would be the DCI or the paper of record, but that's not a limitation.
Okay, other comments and questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I have a number if you'll bear with me. Let me know if you want me to take a break. So first on page 178 on pricing, I would like to see a statement that town is, for any purchase, town is required to use the lowest cost option that meets the parameters of the request, except in the case of local preference. And if the town is choosing something other than that lowest cost option, the reason for that should be included in the disbursement that's brought before the board in public. Okay, all right. So, scrolling, sorry. So for contracts, sorry, I'm down on page 180 now. Any contract for 10,000 or more must be submitted to the board. I would prefer to bring this down to the $2,000 level for contracts because that's in line with the amount that triggers the requirement to solicit bids. So my preference is that for purchases between 2,000 and 10,000, they go to the board for approval, and for purchases over 10,000, the board should be presented with all bids for consideration and decision making. So to be clear, I think it's appropriate for the administrator to make a choice in the 2,000 to 10,000 level, but that should be presented to the board prior to purchase, except in cases of emergency. I also think that all contracts that are entered into by the town should be included in the following packet, whether they're approved by the board or not, unless there's a legal reason not to include them.
The proposed contracts?
No, finalized contracts.
The finalized contracts, yeah. The only, what I could think about would be if it's still subject to negotiation. So we would just want to make sure that the terms are complete.
Correct. So I'm asking that the contracts, once finalized, even short of the level that would require board approval for the contract, be included in the packet. So we have a public record of all of the contracts that the town has entered into.
And the only, sorry, but the only thing I'd say is if there's a caveat for some reason from the vendor, and I don't know what that would be, but if it's like trade secrets or something along those lines. So.
Yep, that would be a fair addition. Thank you. On page 180 under section D, it says a contract may be entered into for any period of time deemed to be in the best interest of the town, but I think we should clarify who is determining that this is in the best interest of the town. Is this always the board? Would it depend on the threshold? So some clarifying language there. Under exceptions, I'm not sure I understand the cooperative purchasing statement. Products or services for which other public agencies have gone through a competitive bidding process. If an example could be provided, that would be helpful. I don't know what that means.
Jurisdictions can can piggyback on purchasing decisions that another entity has done, such as a state or county government, and then you wouldn't have to necessarily go through that process because you know it's a well-qualified bid because the state or the county has taken for, has done the RFP and done all that work, so it's a cooperative agreement. So those are the cases I've seen when I worked in government and Flagstaff.
Okay, thank you. Under emergencies, next page 181, it says that in the event of an emergency need, the Board of Trustees will be notified if the purchase exceeds 20,000 and retroactive approval will be sought. I think that should just be at the same level of any other board approval, so I would drop that down to the same level we're using for any other approval. So if we're saying that the board approves everything over 10,000, then in an emergency, retroactive approval will be sought for anything over that same $10,000 mark. Does that make sense? And then the non-budgeted purchases, I would also like to see that down at the $2,000 mark, because that's where we start taking bids. And I don't know that 2,000 needs to be the number, but I think we should try to align the numbers that we're using in here, partly just so that we remember what they are and can comply with the process a little bit better. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, from the public. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Apologize and admit I haven't had time to read this, so I have to ask, does this include serial purchases? Where a project is broken down into smaller pieces, added finum?
It does not, and I had a comment on that as well that I just skipped over.
Great, thanks.
I believe that was addressed in the other document you took this from, but it wasn't labeled specifically as serial purchases.
That you couldn't break a purchase in its parts to circumvent the levels of approval. But we can add that latter, that in here.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, so my suggestion on that would be if any one vendor exceeds the purchasing limit in a calendar year, additional purchases would need to be brought before the board for approval.
Yes, please.
It sounds like you're putting it on a per vendor basis. I would suggest that it would be a per project or per subject basis, rather than, because if, for example, if someone took it on themselves to build a sewer line out for future use, and did it without board approval by hiring lots of contractors at less than $10,000 apiece. I think this actually happened not too long ago. I would think that any project should have some limit so that a project isn't broken up into small pieces and then done piecemeal under basically circumventing. But I think it needs to be spelled out a little more clearly, if you know what I mean. I mean, for example, Jane Berry bragged that she could do anything she wanted just by doing it in a series of purchases that were under the purchasing limit. I think it's a big loophole.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. So again, finance and personnel, you have direction sufficient? Okay. All right. So did you have anything that you wanted to add to this? Because it does say attorney review.
So I provided a memo to the board. Was that distributed to you guys with respect to, well, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. No, my goal was that we would get some comments this evening and then it would be subject to my review. So. All right.
Great. All right. So that takes care of new business. Next up is the mayor's report. Everything, God, I don't know how many mayor's reports were in there.
Sorry, we didn't do the attorney opinion of non-essential purchases related to that.
And that's this.
So is that, I guess it was my understanding that you guys wanted a memo with respect to the purchase of a coffee maker and coffee?
Oh, so that's the memo you're talking about.
That's the memo that I was referencing. Is that what you're looking for, Mayor, on that agenda item?
I guess so. I wasn't really clear as to what that meant, but if that's the memo, then that's the memo.
So I know it was a late ad, but a memo was provided to the board with respect to my review of the allegation of malfeasance with respect to the town administrator's authorization of purchasing a coffee maker and a series of separate purchases for coffee. I don't know if you want me to read the memo, if you want me to read the conclusion. What would you prefer, Mayor?
What would the board prefer? I have read the memo. I think it's clear. I don't know. Let's do this. Does anybody have questions or comments about the memo from the board? Yes, trustee Patterson.
Is this a confidential memo with legal advice, or would this be public information?
It's my opinion that it's public. I mean, it is my rendering, but it was at the direction provided, so.
Okay, I'd like to see this included in the next packet so that the public has the information on this before we have a discussion related to it, and then table this to the next agenda.
Yeah, that easily done. Okay. All right. Then I think we can move on to the mayor's. Yes, trustee Knudsen.
Just a quick follow-up to that. You know, the finance committee has been, there's allegations that we don't pay attention to the invoices and that we're not looking over at receipts. We don't have policy guidance on this. And we did see those expenditures, and we did look at the credit card reports, and we did approve those. But there is not a clear policy regarding this. So I will confess that my private sector experience colored my eyes on this. If it's wrong, and if that's what the board wants us to do, I think the memo that our attorney's given us would give us good guidance on where we want to go. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Yes, Ms. Smith. Okay.
I have additional copies that I'm going to put on the table out in the hall because I'd like the public and the staff to have copies if they'd like. I just only had enough in my hand for you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Bruner. Okay. Yes, Ms.
There was a hearing, and that was one of the items. I don't know where you were, but I know there are people in this room who were here during that process. Another thing is, you know, the trustees don't know everything, although part of the reason the personnel committee was, and the finance committee was given the job of signing off on these checks, that was the checks and balances after the Kristen Chesnick embezzlement, where an employee was taking money from the town. And I don't know why we have these committees if they're essentially, I mean, I don't know, I just thought there was, I guess there you go again, there's an institutional knowledge and it's not written down, and that is a problem. But when you have professional town administration, they're taught about these things, and then some people just have a compass that was actually set at birth, and maybe through life experiences that they know these things are not right, and some people never get it. And I would like to say, well, I'm diverging. Thanks. You need to look at personnel records of personnel files of employees, because there is a personnel file for this employee that we're discussing that was responsible for this. That you need, well, that's executive session stuff, but you need to look at personnel files that are already existing and see if there are any recurring patterns having to do with finances. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? All right, let's move on to the mayor's report. There are, like I say, there are many mayor's reports in there. If you have questions, I'm happy to take them. Okay, seeing none. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so on the satisfaction with the building inspector survey, I feel that this was outside the scope of mayor responsibilities as identified by the board, and I know we have a discussion coming up on that. So my request is that staff disregard any modification in direction from the board specific to this survey, because the board has not discussed it and has not changed our direction regarding the building administrator. And we do need to bring this back for discussion after we've had that conversation about proper roles and responsibilities.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
On July 7th, there's a note that the ARPA coordination calls were initiated. It's unclear, July 7th, sorry, it's page 187 in the packet. Since the board has not yet discussed the use of these funds, I don't think there's a way for the mayor to speak using the board's voice regarding any possible allocation of those funds. And on the, sorry, scrolling again, on the May 25th meeting, there was an agreement of everyone on the call to take part of the money and give it to One Delta County. I don't think we can enter into that agreement without the board having a discussion about those grant funds, so I just wanted to point that out. And then it says there's a resource guide for local governments for ARPA funds, and I would love it if the board could get a copy of that, because I don't fully understand what the allowable expenses are, and I think that would be really helpful to be able to see that. Otherwise, I just appreciate all the work you do behind the scenes, and you've got a lot going on here in these reports, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bruner.
Yeah, the inclusion of the building inspector survey done by the mayor is a very clear violation of the code of conduct for elected officials in Paonia, and that it undermines previous work done and approved by the board. And I also want to point out at the last meeting there was a report that the mayor had unilaterally signed the town up for a rate study free of charge, and I don't think it is actually free of charge. And even if it is, it's not the mayor's place to bind the town into any kind of a contract, particularly one that requires the allocation of staff time. So by doing that, the mayor essentially directed staff to spend their time doing some particular task, and that's not the mayor's place. It's beyond her duty and the scope of her office. And the board should be aware of this and bring it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's move on to finance and personnel.
I think we've done enough reporting tonight.
Okay. How about government affairs, public safety?
So you do have a report in the packet. This was carried over from our previous meeting, but we have not met again since. So this is July 7th, 2021. We do have requests for board direction in this, so I don't know if the board wants to review that tonight or take a look at it and provide direction at an upcoming meeting. But we are requesting board direction. In addition, we did get an email from a community member who would not be in favor of the one-time dog registration. I believe the board did receive that message. I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that feedback.
Okay, any questions? Yes.
I did really take to heart what that community member wrote about the one time, and as a longtime dog owner, I would definitely agree that the dog licenses should be annual, not just on a dog. There's so much turnover with dogs and humans that annual things just don't work, and I really appreciate her comments about that, and I agree with them.
Okay. Any other questions for finance and personnel? Oh, sorry. Gaps. We'll do that. Gaps. Did you have your hand up, Suzanne?
So I guess my question, because I don't know if it's appropriate to make a comment about the dog licensing right now, is how would you like to hear community comments before the board makes, I personally think it's very important to keep communication between dog owners and the town, and the best way to do it is, I think, through licensing. And I can write a letter, but one way to do it perhaps, is to say the first year is free. We got your name, we got your address, we know where you are. And then thereafter, why doesn't the town reach out to the dog owners and send them a little maybe annual newsletter, you know, and come in and get your license, here's the form. Instead of just expecting people to remember and walk in, I think it might be good to use it as an opportunity to reach out and communicate with the dog owner community in this town. It's not very much to ask for this amount, and it could really facilitate good communication. Thanks.
Thank you.
But I'll try to write a letter.
Yes.
So when's the appropriate time, I mean, would you like to, I mean, so people can actually write before, you know?
I would say the sooner the better.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
So GAPS reviewed the issue, GAPS made recommendations, and what we're looking for from the board is direction on a draft ordinance. So whether that's to draft it in line with what GAPS recommendations look like or draft it in line with public comment received, some direction so that staff and the town attorney can move forward in drafting that ordinance is all we're looking for at this point, and then that draft ordinance would come back for further discussion.
Okay. All right. So can we do a motion and a second in 2 minutes? To have GAPS go ahead and draft an ordinance?
I move that we draft the ordinance for annual renewals of dog licenses.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? More? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Pass? Opposed? Okay. That motion passes. What else did you need? Let's go ahead and extend the meeting. And I would suggest we extend it for a minimum of 2 hours. Well, we're going to come out and have to extend it again, Bill. We are. Yep. 11:30. Mm-hmm.
I move that we extend the meeting 2 hours.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You got that? There were 2 of them, yeah. All right. So now, what was the second thing you needed? Board
The
direction?
second thing is whether we want to allow out-of-town residents on committees. Since we are discussing this, I move that we table that until, or not even move. I say let's table that. Do I need to move?
No.
I'm sorry, it's getting late.
No, we don't have to address it.
No,
Okay,
I
we're not
think-
going to address that tonight.
Okay.
And then, yeah, that's all we have that required board direction. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on to Public Works, Utilities, Facilities.
We did have a report on our July 7th meeting in the board packet. If anybody has any questions, other than that, at this time, we have nothing new to report.
Okay, questions for Tammy and Bill? Okay, questions from the public? All right, let's move on to the tree board.
This from Tree Board Chair Paula Martin. The Cherry Days booth, Tree Board booth at Cherry Days was a success. They even got a donation. They are working on drafting a mission statement and designing a banner to use for things like Cherry Days and Arbor Day. Their next meeting will be in August, a date to be determined. And that's all I have on the tree board.
Okay, any questions from the board for the tree board? Okay, from the public? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Tammy. And finally, Water Advisory Board.
Okay, at our last meeting, we continued to work towards a plan for ARPA funds projects and recommendations contained in the JDS Hydro Study. And that sums it up.
Okay, any questions about the Water Board? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
So I provided, I believe it was 5 months of data, kind of bracketing the water emergency, the daily flow logs from the water plant. that I had corred some time ago, and I believe they were forwarded to JD Hydro. My question is, were those records included in the original record transfer to JD Hydro?
I don't recall, I'd have to go back and look.
So they didn't get the daily flow logs around the water event?
I don't recall, I would have to go back and look.
Could you do that? Follow
Yes.
up on that for me?
Yes?
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none. Mr. Bear, would you like to make a motion for executive session?
Madam Mayor, I move that we go into executive session for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B, legal advice for the trustees in the case of Pace versus the town of Peonia, 20 CV 01389. You want to break them up into two motions?
Yeah, let's do two motions. Do I have a
Yes.
second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right.
I move that we go into executive session for the discussion of a personnel matter under CRS 24-6-402 2F for a personnel matter to discuss the interim evaluation of the town administrator.
Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. We are in executive session.
May I make a
now.
comment related to that?
Yeah.
Do we come out between executive
No.
sessions to?
No, we've
we
done
do
them both,
one and
so
then
it's all one
into the
right
other?
after the other.
Okay, and can we clarify, related to a public comment, that this executive session is for the evaluation of the administrator?
That's correct. It's not to